Xazaviar is my favorite bird kid.
designated punching bag. I'm here today to be bullied shrewdly by everyone. That's just my purpose here as well. On a completely separate, independent note, I'm trying to figure out here. I need to say hi, everybody. You're all having a good day. It has been a busy day, but you know what? It's been good. I had one very good interview yesterday, which I feel great about. And so I'm pretty excited about that. I also had, let me make sure this is right. There, you guys can have your cats. Cats should be on now. Cats, please. There they are. Okay. Yes, so I had there. Hey Zaz, what did you get you for your birthday tomorrow? Yes, it is your birthday tomorrow. Hi Dave. Happy early birthday. This. Yeah, what did I get for your birthday several months ago? Yes, well, happy early birthday. I hope you guys are having a good day and having. I hope you have a good day tomorrow as well. Do. I had a good interview this yesterday. It was really good. I think I fucking knocked it out of the park. In fact, let me rephrase that. I know I knocked it out of the fucking park because they scheduled the next step today. I mean, not for today. It's for next week. But they scheduled the next step like immediately. There, like it's going bam. Let's get into it. There, so it's super
Dave
good.
Plays DST2. Much says it's time to dab for me.
There,
Mr.
so
Streamer.
I'm fucking pumped. I'm really pumped. Beyond that, though, it has been it's been hectic. It's been hectic. Can you show the guards you're a criminal too? I mean, sure you could. I hope I get the job as well. It's at a local hospital. Relatively local. It's a local hospital network, I should say, but I'm pretty excited. It's a much bigger company than I worked at before, but a lot of opportunity there. And honestly, I met with everyone that would be my boss in my last interview, and I think I impressed them quite a bit. That they're like, yeah, this guy knows his shit, too. And the truth of it is, I'm probably overqualified for the job. Now downside is that it's a primarily hybrid job. Like, and I even say primarily hybrid. It's like 4 days a week in the office. So I'm like, oh, that sucks too. And they want me to service a hospital that's about an hour from me. So we're talking podcast time. I'm going to be listening to a lot of podcasts as well. So I just, that's the one like downside, right? But beyond that, I'm excited. I'm genuinely excited. The role sounds really interesting. The team sounds interesting. I'm going to be essentially meeting my team on Monday as well. So I'm excited. So it's good news. Good news all around. Did my plasma donation this morning, and that fucking sucks. It always sucks. I hate donating plasma, but whatever. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Hopefully we'll be done with that plate soon enough. But I'm also very excited because Deer gets to be unveiled on Friday. Woo! I'm very excited. Give me your confidence in finding jobs. You gotta exert that confidence. Don't get me wrong. When I get to the interview step, I usually do very well. It's just getting to the fucking interview is so hard. And it's hard just because the market's rough, the positions are rough, and there's so many, like, just fake jobs out there. There's just so many fake things. So it's struggle.
What did you get me for my birthday tomorrow?
What did I get for your birthday tomorrow? Don't let me... I need to not listen to the accents. Dave, you know what I'm gonna get you for your birthday tomorrow? We're gonna build your character today. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build your character and make it actually fucking work. Because let's talk about, folks, what we're building here and what we've got going on. Because I've done quite a feat. So I'm gonna show you here. You'll see here, this is partially what we're doing today in addition to this, which is just implementation for things. And what I've done is I've started the implementation process for traits. And essentially how it works is you just assign an ID number and it tracks the traits. Now, the type of traits that I've done so far are these kind of like attack type traits that deal with dealing damage in a sense, but they work. And so, for example, the characters that have traits so far, we've got Cubby's trait works, so the match of 4. And this is now default trait, so everybody just kind of has power 4 on there. I've got Undying Empowerment for Chanel, so she boosts everybody's, or every dark type combo's damage. I also got Combo Streak for Salty programmed in, and I technically have all of these programmed in. It's just we don't have anything assigned to many of these skills so far. So while it doesn't show anything super fancy, what I can say is if I were to bring Chanel on my team, so if I bring Chanel, if I bring Salty, and I bring Cubby, and just for shits and giggles, let's bring Puppy. Right, we have this team. Chanel is going to boost her own damage as well as Salty's damage, too. Just by a 10% boost, just on the team. So doing this, so just for comparison's sake, right? Comparison's sake, let's show just a quick 3 damage from Bear, right? So on this character, 3 damage. That's what that's going to look like. 3 damage there. And then you see Salty, he's dealing more damage just because he was in a combo. So that was a whole lot more damage. If I go here, Salty does more damage. It looks about the same because the numbers are so small. But as the numbers get bigger, as more combos happen, both of their effects trigger. Obviously, we have the skills, and you can actually see the skill. This is the skill pulse effect that I was talking about last time. I'm very happy with this animation. It's small. It's nothing super big, but it clearly draws attention to it as well. So I could see like, oh yeah, here's Salty's skill, and I click it, bam. It's so satisfying every time. Using Salty and these disappearing skills is so good. It just is, oh, a 5 combo on the Puppy, damn. And then we use Puppy's skill and just place him 3 times. Oh, a 4 combo. Holy shit. So Bear has his 4 combo trait, which secretly Puppy has currently there. So if I do a 4 combo, it does more damage. It actually does an additional 25% damage. So it's pretty exciting. What I think your character quotes, I actually haven't gone over all the character quotes yet, if I'm honest. But what I did see, so I have it here, is that obviously we have like 185 quotes, and I'm really excited. I'm really excited. And wait, I should have done this from the beginning, so I'm just adding it now. I'm just create a filter, so it's a little bit easier to find stuff. So for example, we can go in here and we can say Daniel's quotes. There. Took you long enough. Didn't think my military training would actually pay off. Oh good, we won. Total fucking misplay. I think a misplay is actually 1S. I could be wrong, but I think that's misplay. I didn't expect much from you anyways. You should have went for the eyes. Looks like I got stronger, finally. Looks like I got stronger. Looks like I got stronger. Looks like I got stronger. That's what it's gonna be. For your passive skill, do you want me to use something to actually make noise or not? I mean, you could. You guys go to Twitch. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it not working on the YouTubes? YouTube's fucking stupid. Yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm really excited for us to do the voice acting time. And if you guys want to voice act your own characters, you're more than welcome to. Like, I would love it. But if not, you're gonna hear me do voice act today, where I'm gonna go through and we're gonna work out the voice. Took you long enough. Didn't think my military training would pay off. We could do there. You're gonna bark? Excellent. That's what I hope for. Like, we don't have to do real barks. We could just go to Puppy. Where's Puppy? Go Puppy. Bark, bark! Bark! That's what it should be. I'm good at YouTube. Oh, good. That's good to know. I'm glad you catch my howls. Lady so bark so good. You see, that's what it's gotta be, dude. All the good barks. There. Barking on stream. Bark. Bark. Or we could do really bark, bark. Bark. Whimper. Howl. Bark, bark, bark. Arf. Bark. Growl. Bark, bark. Howl. Arf. Arf. Bark. Is the voice effects we want there? Oh my gosh. I don't think we could do it, but like I'm thinking Krieg now from Borderlands 2 doing Arf Bark. Where's mother? I must stay next to her or she worry. Don't get your dog started. Like surprise, your dog's up. I'm very excited for the quotes too. So please feel free to keep adding them. Honestly, my thought on it is the more quotes, the better, because it just gives more variety for each character. Do I like the quotes? I did like the quotes you did add. I did see that for Knight because it was here right at the bottom. So I did like these. I think these work very well. Good work. Sorry, I have failed you. Like this is perfect. There. You made a Hobbs quote. I missed the Hobbs quote. Where's your Hobbs quote? I want to see Hobbs. Hobbs, I missed it. There's puppy. Now I should just sort. What's your Hobbs quote? 69 bird. Let's make that 40. Oh my gosh. These are very interesting quotes. I probably need to add. Oh, you threw them all at the bottom. That's why I couldn't see them. I see. I understand. Oh, there's another one. Oh, you threw quotes in there. Yeah, we got plenty of space in here. And obviously, if we get over 1,000 quotes, then I'll add more room. Like, that's not a big deal. But I'm excited. Please feel free to add as many quotes. Someone added more. No, you guys add more quotes. The more we get in, the better. We will do... I guess that's up to you guys. I was thinking so let's talk about this week briefly. Friday, obviously, we got our stream for role-playing game, but then we also have Sunday, and it depends entirely if I get, you better, Apple. So Sunday is entirely dependent on just how am I feeling for the week. Chances are we're streaming. Like, it's a pretty high chance too, because if I just sit here doing nothing, I'll be like, I could be fucking streaming right now. Like, that's what it comes down to, especially if I'm just making games. So anyway, the next one of these streams that we do, if you guys want, we can either make it focused on building stages and doing stage design, or we can do voice acting and adding that to each of the characters there. And so where will some of these lines come up? Let's first talk about each condition. The first condition, very simple, win. Whenever you win a stage, a win quote will play. It'll choose a random character, and then a winning quote will play. Lose the stage, same thing. A character will be popped up randomly from your team, and a losing quote will play. Every time you level up, and it'll do batch leveling there, we'll do a level up quote for that character. Ascend, so you only ascend twice. I think we need an Ascension 1 and an Ascension 2 quote for most characters. Not every character has Ascensions, but for each character, Ascension 1 and Ascension 2. These quotes should feel like we're learning more about the character as well, especially since you consider like mid to late game is when you get to Ascension 2 on it as well. And then finally, generic home. The whole point of these quotes they're just quotes that are said like, you start the game up. As soon as you start the game up, you're going to have your favorite character on the main screen. And this is something I've been meaning to do. But here on this home screen, you'll have your favorite character. We'll probably allow you to choose a different background or something like that. So when you're on the screen, when you first join, you're going to have your character say something usually nice to you, and maybe we'll make a welcome quote, something like that. But then every time you click the character here, or if you're in your roster and you go into the specific view of the character, every time you click the character, go into the roster, they will say one of their generic lines as well. So it's a great way to just kind of hear what's going on. And now, Dave, to answer your question, am I going to finish Genocide Route? Yes, I will finish it. When? I don't know. I want to practice Undying more, and I've got a simulator for it. So I just need to practice it until I actually feel competent enough to complete it live on stream, and then we'll do it there. That's my guarantee. So when I'm ready, you will know I'm ready because I will throw up the stream and it will be for there. No, I haven't all of last time we played, I only played Undying for 4 straight hours. Dave, we did it for hours, and then I'm like, I guess I'm done. Do I know about Bad Time Simulator? I don't, but I do know that there's an Undying Simulator. Simulator there, so we'll be doing that as well. But in the meantime, what I want to work on and what we're going to be focusing on today is building out skills. It is the final boss to me, at least right now. So we're going to be building out some traits and skills there, and essentially how I want to do it is I want to start focusing character by character in there. And so what we've got so far is, well, we've got a couple more traits, and we've got a new type of trait. So all these traits, by the way, these have all been just traits that deal with you've attacked, and most of them deal with certain elemental types there. So what have we done? What have I done in the back end just to show you how these kind of things work, and especially for those interested in coding. So what I've done is I've created a JSON file that gets read in on server boot up, right? And what's important here about the server boot up is that this is stuff that we then adjust and is locked in for whatever server module we have, whatever version of the server. So if we make a changes to this, we would be changing like the version of the game in a sense. More importantly, then these values get imported from the server and is not something that we're needing to modify or is as easily modifiable on the client or the player side. So we have these booted up from the server, and from here you can find all of your traits, and each trait will have their ID, their name, their description. The name and description is basically what you read on the roster screen, right? Nothing super special there. Then you have Ascensions. Ascensions is how the trait will level up. At Ascension level 1, this is the trait information, and at Ascension level 2, this is the trait information. So traits can level up. Not all the traits will level up, but most of your trait 1s will level up when you reach Ascension 2, so they'll get even more powerful. For example, we have this trait here, Power of 4. Zoom in here. Trait here, Power of 4, which simply just says when you match in a length of 4, you're going to deal an extra 25% damage. Normally, how damage is calculated is the number of matches you have is multiplied by your attack value. So if you do a match 3, it's going to be 3 damage right now. Since everything has an attack value of 1, we're going to do actual stats later. So an attack value of 1, 3 damage. Attack value or 4 damage. But with this, it's now that attack value of 4 is actually now 5 damage instead of 4 damage there, which can get big, can be pretty substantial, especially at tier 2 when it becomes a 50% boost. So that 4 damage now becomes
Waffles or
an extra 2 or 6 damage. Waffles or pancakes? I prefer pancakes. I like pancakes more. It's a little bit, I don't know, it's texture on it. Like waffles tend to be too hard for me. It's not that like I can't eat them, it's just they're hard. In addition to this, we have like Power of 5, so an extra 50% and then an extra 80% damage on these. Then we have Combo Streak, which is another type of attack modifier. And the main idea here is that it's going to add this percentage to the attack based on the combos there. And that's what we've said here. And you're also seeing a new value here, this bad star element. That has to deal with these effects. So Undying Power Empowerment means all combo damage by Dark Star element matches. So any Dark Star element matches, so just having this person on your team would in turn make it so that they're dealing more damage. So that's why I said like Salty gets a damage boost with Chanel on the team there. And this one is great because Chanel also boosts herself with this ability. This won't always be the case. There will be cases where people are boosting elements of a different type than themselves there, and there will be clear reasons that we will do that. Now there's what I've come up with is essentially 2 tiers to this. So that you've got your Ascension 1 and Ascension 2, but this is Undying Empowerment 1. This is something that we would give to, I don't know, let's say like an uncommon there. So some uncommon, maybe a random uncommon or common might get this kind of trait. An epic or above might get Undying Empowerment 2, which not only greatly increases there, so it does even more damage, starting at an extra 25% and then an extra 40%, but it decreases damage by the opposing element. So light types, which by the way, I don't know why I fucked that up, that all needs to be capped, so otherwise it's gonna mess up. So light type, for example, is the opposing element, will deal 80% damage here. So it becomes now you have this, plus minus system where you're encouraged to stick together for all thing. You stick together with all the same element types, but you could make an argument. It's like, I really need to bring my light type on this one because it's the only one I have built. So you're getting kind of like goods and bads, and now you're getting into more team building. So I've done this for all these skills, and now we are starting to work on a very new type of skill, which is Nibusan skill. So what is this skill? I've called it Clarity. It's a trait there, and really what it is on the trigger match, there is a 50% chance that a adjacent cloud, will be removed, right? So that's where we're at right now. Is what we've done is we've created all these kind of attacking type traits, but now we need a utility type, or this kind of trait that impacts or changes the board state based on this, and does something usually that you're not able to do. So let's go in and start making that adjustment there. So we have Clarity, right? And I've been thinking a little bit more about this, and just for additional context. So then once we have these traits put in place, there's a couple things that happen. First, we update the character and we mark the ID of the trait. So this is saying Nibusan should be pulling in trait 15. And I'm going to make sure that's put in place right now. So that change is live. So Nibusan, it has trait 15, which of course is Clarity. Nibusan can't have this trait unless they are at least Ascension 1. So if we go in here, I cheated because you guys can't ascend or level your units yet. I cheated and made all of my units Ascension 1 at least. Puppy's still Ascension 2. So all of my units are at least Ascension 1 for obvious training and testing purposes. So you'll notice when you guys get in here, some of your units might not, which means your traits will not proc at all. So with that, we know Nibusan's trait exists, but it's currently not doing anything at all. So we need to tell the game to do something with Nibusan's trait. So let's take a little look-see here. So we've got this point here, deal match damage. This is the point in the code where we make a match and we do something with it. When we go into calculate damage, what we have set up is it will come in here to calculate damage, and it's asking for the match count, so it knows how many matches it needs to do, what combo it's at, and then this mod check value. This value is checking right now if to say, hey, is there any additional modifiers we need to care about, such as, are you a dark type element and we need to increase damage by 10%, right? That's the kind of mod check. And all we do is I run this little bit of code saying, hey, check for your own traits first, and then come in here and check for your team traits. It's just going to verify here, hey, is it a power 5, power 4 skill? Is the trait a combo type of skill? Is it a star element? Does it have a bad star element that you match? Here's all your updates. Great, send a modifier, and it puts it on top. The modifiers are multiplicative, and I want to keep that logic as we go forward. So it's multiplicative, not additive there. So for example, if you have a 50% modifier and another 50% modifier, it's going to really start to stack up quick. What is that going to be? So if at 100% plus there, that's 150, then 150 plus 75%, so 225. So instead of it becoming 50 plus 50, so double damage, it's actually double damage and an additional 25% as well. So modifiers and comboing is what we're going to want players to do, right? We want them to combo. We want them to get these kind of things together so that all their modifiers add up. And I want to argue that later levels, this kind of thing will be a requirement, an absolute requirement. So that's kind of my thought here. Oh, DST is canonically French. Excuse me? Or DST Wolfgang is canonically French. He's not Russian? Because that's weird. Warley isn't French? What? What do you mean? That doesn't sound right. Warley's supposed to be some French dude. Like, obviously, why am I forgetting his name? Wes is French. Only Wes is French? What? And Wolfgang's Russian, isn't he? I thought it's kind of like, you know, in the name, he is Russian. Double checking my kids, making sure. I gave them very solid information to say, go to sleep tonight. So I'm hoping they actually stay in their bed. There. He went to France to be a sous chef. Oh, I see. So what's going on with the French in the game? First off, Wolfgang's a German name. You got me there. You got me there, Apple. That is in fact a German name. He speaks Russian, so I'm not like completely off base here. But that is that I had no idea. I had zero clue for that. So that's good to know. Not as exciting, but it's good to know. Okay. So here's what we need to do and what we're going to introduce now. What comes out of our attack, right? When we calculate our damage, we of course have our attack, which is the damage that we deal here. So this is a value that comes out. We also apply an element. Why do we do this? Well, it's because when we take damage, we're taking in the attack, and we are verifying the element of the attack to determine, are we taking extra damage, are we taking less damage, and modifying, doing an extra modifier on it, right? That's really what it comes down to, is we're just double checking here. But what we can also do, what we're also allowed to do, is now we can start applying instructions. So, what is an instruction? An instruction is something we're going to now pass, and to be clear, this is not a formal programming term that I'm just using here. What it is we are going to apply a set of instructions to happen with some of our attacks, and then we will check those instructions to basically say, hey, do I need to do something? Where is somewhere else we did this? We actually do this with skills. So whenever we process skills, I'm going to go over here and show you skill processing. Check when lose condition, display results, blah, blah, blah. Process the skill use. What we do is I send a batch of instructions. What are the instructions? Well, the instructions up over here are over here. What kind of instructions we have? We have remove, we have replace, we have flag. These types of instructions happen. So when we use a skill, it comes in here to process the skill use, and it says, hey, stage, I need you to do something. I need you to remove something. Or stage, hey, I need you to replace something. Puppy skill, right? Flag, this is technically Nibisan's skill. There, it comes in and just flags and says, hey, I want to be a healer now. There as well. So we're doing the same thing. We are going to be sending out a instruction. And we're going to basically be telling the game, like the game that's actually running, hey, I did this attack, and with my attack, there's a bonus effect that I need you to process for me. So we need to first process that bonus effect. So what is the bonus effect first? First things first, we need a way to basically say, hi, I've got this clarity skill. I've got this clarity trait. To be very clear, I've got this clarity trait. Every time I make a match with this character, so long as I have this clarity trait, I need to roll a dice, or flip a coin in this case. Flip a coin. If it's heads, we're going to delete one block cloud. And I'm going to put another variable here, count, because we're going to want this later. We're going to delete one block cloud. And then at level 2, it's a 100% chance to delete that cloud, right? So it gives reason that you want Nibisan on your team, because you're going to be removing those clouds that are going to be blocking your view, and it's going to be essential for some of your placements in some of your stages. So that's what we're trying to tell the game right now. So what do we do here? We need to add an additional step in calculate damage, or this kind of checking match, right? What we're going to do is, after we do all of this modifying here, we need to check for additional instructions, right? So we're going to check for additional instructions, and we're going to essentially copy this same statement from above, except we're going to change the type to utility. So if the skill is a utility skill, right? We have this utility skill. up here. If it's a utility skill, we need to do some processing on it. Now, I copied and pasted the attack mod traits, right? We don't care about that. Utility traits is what we're going to check here. So we want to put in a trait. And right now, we don't need a match count for it. So we're going to do a utility traits. And we're going to pass it a trait. It's either going to be the first trait, second trait, whatever it is. Here, we always want to do a double check to say, hey, is it our first trait or second trait? And the way I've had this done, I'm going to clear this out. Var instructions equal, no. Right now, we're going to add these here so that we're starting to send our instructions. But what we've done here is we're sending the trait. We're going to now check whatever trait we've sent to just verify in there. Got any debug in there? I haven't done any debugging yet because we haven't tested new code yet, but we will be debugging a lot sooner than I'd like to admit. So we're going to put instructions here, colon, instructions there as well. Ultimately, what this is going to do is we're going to see here, do we need to apply any instructions? And in fact, we're going to do, I hate to do it this way, just in case, right? Oh, I hate doing it this way, but we have to do it this way. So there's a chance that you could have 2 utility skills, right? Or 2 utility traits. We could potentially make a character that does 2 things. There. It's probably not going to happen, but it could happen. And if it does happen, we need to know that instruction is able to handle that. As such, what we're going to do is we're going to first do a var inst, I'm going to call it just something, the small instructions there. This is what it's going to return to. Then we're going to check here, and basically we're going to do a quick double check to say if inst is not equal to null, then instructions is going to push or add its value of inst to it. That's all we need to say. So we're going to copy this in. But what we're saying here is, hey, if there are instructions to be added, like it actually outputs instructions, and it should, but it's not guaranteed. If it actually outputs instructions, then add it to our push. If it doesn't output instructions, then don't push it in there as well. So where's this case? There is an opportunity here that we fail the coin flip, right? If we fail the coin flip, then we don't need to add instructions because nothing happened. What is the editor? I'm using Sublime. I have used many text editors in my day. I like Sublime because it's basically opens instantly. I used to use Atom for a while, and while Atom had a lot of good mods and functionality, I would open one file, and I kid you not, it'd take a minute and a half before Atom would open up on first boot. Once it was open, great, I could boot things. But Sublime, like, look at this. I can close this right now. Closed. It's up. Like, 2 seconds. Not even. 1 second is all it takes to fully boot up, which is what I want in a text editor there. So my editor doesn't have direct debugging features, which is perfectly fine. To me, it just colors my code nicely. I'm at the point in my editing and programming career that I just don't even use like formal compilers or debuggers. I just use text editors to write my code entirely, which is stupid. Especially if you're a novice and new developer, do not do this. This is awful and it's horrible, and you will not learn how to code very well from this. But if you are more expert and prone, like this is just, I don't know. I like it. It's smooth. It's simple. I don't have to think about it too much because I can just boot it up. So I use Sublime. It's free. I have my Sublime text unregistered, but whatever. I've used it for years. It's very customizable, and I like this multi-grid view so I can keep some of my windows sorted so I can look at stuff pretty easily and not have to boot it to multiple screens, especially when I'm doing like web development editing, because holy shit, you have so many windows open at all times when you're editing, because I have to have my server code up, I have to have my backgrounds, all of this stuff has to be out. All right, so let's get back into this. What we've established here on this side, I'm going to hide these values because we don't care about this stuff right now. What we've established is we have now taken into account, hey, do I get instructions? So now we have to go in here and create said instructions that may or may not be received. Regardless, we're going to put these instructions into our return statement so it has additional instructions. So let's check this one skill. So we're going to look here. We've got up here, we've got this ascension value, this data here is our instructions. This is actually what we care about at the end of the day. So when we go in here, we want to first check what kind of instructions are they. And in fact, probably even want to do, it's not just utility here. We don't want just a utility. We want to check if the utility trigger is match, right? We're probably going to have some other utilities later that don't trigger on matches. They trigger on like damage, for example. Yasa's skill. Actually, Yasa's skill might trigger on defense. We'll see what it is, but it triggers on damage in either case. So because it has a different trigger, it's going to trigger in a different piece of the code. Yasa's skill is technically a stats skill, I would argue. And for quick reminder on what is Yasa's trait that we decided here, if an ally takes damage, increases Yasa's damage by 2%. We have to decide if this is going to be compounding or if it's going to be flat as well. That's just something we have to decide. I'm leaning towards flat because it's easier to calculate, and plus we don't necessarily want to snowball, but also snowballs are there. You're 52 inches not cutting it. I've got, so my setup, behind the scenes for a moment. My setup is actually 4 27-inch monitors. My screen group here. Yeah, so my setup here, I've got 4 72-inch monitors. I've got one that's vertical, I've got one hanging here, and then my 2 hanging here as well. So that's you just always need more monitors. Every time you do anything with monitors, as soon as you add one more, you're like, it's now an essential part of my life, and I cannot get rid of it. That's all it takes. You add it once, and it's just like, fuck it, another one. Another one. And if I could have another monitor, I would. If I could get another monitor up here, I will absolutely do it. There. So we'll see how that lands. All right, so let's go to utility traits. So first things first, we need to establish a var, and we're going to call it inst. We're going to set it to null. No matter what happens, we need to return inst. There. So we need to, ultimately out of our statement, we need to say, hey, these are your instructions. Our instructions right now, null. So nothing will happen. No big deal. So now what we need to do is we've already determined if we're in our utility traits here, if we're already tracking our utility traits, and probably utility match traits. So these are very specific to say these kind of traits that trigger on matches. There. So we've already know it's going to be utility is going to be a match. So type utility to even get in here. So we already have these two values. So what do we care about? So first, if our trait.data, that's what we ended up naming it, but if our trait.data, we want has value. Where is it? Where is that code? I'm just gonna look it up here. Has property, JavaScript has property, object has own property. I hate this wording, but it's what it is. We want to figure out is we basically just want to say, hey, does this even have the property percentage or percent? Like, is there a chance that it's going to happen? If so, then we want to go in and do something, right? That's where we would want to go. So does this data have percent as a property? Yes. If so, we're going to roll. So we're going to do an R. So math.floor. No, we don't need math.floor. just math.random. Just simple math.random. Math.random, for your guys' reference, and anytime you do random numbers in programs, it gives you a number between 0 and 1, right? Just a random float or double, depending on your language, decimal number. That's the biggest thing. It's a random decimal number. So what can we do with it? The easiest way to do percentages is just check against the percentage there. So if R is greater than or equal to trait.data.percent, we did it. We triggered it. Instructions equal. We're going to do count, remove, or let's do type. So what type of instruction are we doing? We're doing a remove instruction. So remove count. How many things are we removing? Well, we are removing 1, but we're not going to just type 1, right? We need to get it from there. So we're going to say trait.data.count. So we're going to say, let's remove it. And then we're going to do target. What are we removing? Block cloud is what we would say. Actually, I'm going to copy that in here. I do think it's lowercase. We're going to say trait.data.target. So what we said here and what I've seen already is we're going to need to add an instruction variable here to make it very clear. So let's do inst type remove, comma. That way we pull all of our data not from hand, but from our modular function up above. So we're gonna do inst type. There. Random is a huge factor when you make gambling games. It is absolutely essential that you get your randomness correct and that your randomness works as well. Yeah, otherwise everything will break. So I just had to do a server refresh. It didn't work because I didn't save my code. All right, now I did. Now I did it and it should work. So what we've done here is we're just double checking, hey, for this trait, make sure that it's greater than or the percentage. We actually probably need to do a less than or equal to the percentage, because then what we can do in that is we could say as long as it's less than 50%, then we're good. As long as it's less than 1, which in this case it should, then we're good. And I think that will work well, or work best for us just moving forward. But now what we've done here, right, is we haven't defined anything specific in here. All of the data is being pulled from here, which is what we want. Because I don't want to be editing in the code making specific changes. I want to be editing in a file making changes. So I could go in here and say, actually, this is now going to remove 2, or it's going to remove 3, right? And now that's what we can do forever and ever. So take that into consideration. But in this case, because we only have one example right now, that's the only example we're going to use. So we're going to put this here. We're going to now pass it to instructions. Great. Now we've done our calculate damage, and we now have instructions. So now we have to go back up. We're going to close this. We don't care about make swap rate. We don't care about check matches right now. We're going to close that. What we care about is this here. We've now dealt damage, or we're going into the deal damage. We've gone here. We have asked the gem to calculate damage and it has returned to us an attack. The next thing we do here, and this is how we check the healing, we check, hey, are they doing healing attacks, blah, blah, blah. Is it not a -1? Because -1 are those junk decoys, the skeletons, whatever that get thrown in the track. We don't care about that. But if it is doing a healing attack, hey, we do care about that, and we want to make sure it's going on. If it's not doing a healing attack there, then it must be doing a regular attack. Let's just make this monster take damage, blah, 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 blah. Great, we have all of that. Now we need to check for instructions, right? So if we have instructions, we want to check for all of them. And how many instructions do we have? We don't know. So we got to check. So var I, it's one of the few times I'm actually going to use I in my for loop. I is less than attack dot instructions dot length. What happens here if we have nothing? Well, length is going to be 0. I is not, or 0 is not less than 0, so it just won't run it. There. Simple enough. It's just easy programming logic that we don't ever have to think about beyond that. So now we've got these instructions, right? Great. If we have these instructions, we should do something with them. So what do we do? Well, ladies and gentlemen, what if I pose to you that what we do is we use another function that we've created. So I'm going to just close these. I used to have a shortcut key to actually auto close all of these, but I can't find it again. And like my instinct wants to be like Control K, like actually, nope, that doesn't work. I had a shortcut key that did it before that would minimize all these for me, but I do not know anymore. Blah 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 blah. So what I'm getting at here is this remove a specific type of block or something. The code on a basic level has been written, and we have it here. This process skill use. It's essentially a remove skill at the end of the day. That's essentially what we're doing. We're just doing the remove skill. It's coming in here and saying, oh, is it a random pattern? No. What is it? What kind of pattern? Great. If it is random, we're going to select one randomly. If it's not random, and count is equal to 0, we'll remove all of them. Or in this case, hey, it's not, we'll then remove this. This remove is not exactly what we're looking for, right? But it's the same kind of logic. So what can we do with that? Well, we need to process the instruction. So we're going to add, I'm just going to add another function. Just going to add another function, make it easier. Process trait trigger. And we're going to put in instructions for the trigger. So in this case, it's not just a matter of the trait. So this dot process trait trigger. That's great. We want to do attack dot instructions, and we want to send whatever instruction we're on, but we also want to send the match. In this case, we're going to need the match. We're going to do matches M. So why is that? Well, and we know in this particular set instruction, when we do a certain type of block, we need to check all the surrounding blocks surrounding the match itself. So let's do that. So we need the match. We might not always need the match, but we need the match at least for this one, for this trigger. All right, so process trait trigger, right? Great. We're going to first do a swap or a switch statement. These are technically faster. I don't know the logic why they're faster, but I've been told that in coding, these are faster than doing a bunch of if-thens. I don't know. I don't understand. I just know it's faster, so now I stick with it. So we have instructions.type. That is what we're going to switch on. If our case is remove, then we're going to do something. And then we're going to put a default here, which is basically, hey, it didn't match anything above. What do we do then? And I'll tell you what we do then. We write console.log, you done fucked up the traits. So hopefully we will never see this statement, but I'll at least have some code somewhere saying that I messed up there. And then we're going to put instructions into it there, so I can see what the instructions were there. Easy enough. Why are you watching programming? Go kill something. I know. We got to do something there. That's because we're programming a game. I'm going to walk you through all the logic, and then we're going to test it. And I mean, the game is live right now. I guess everybody could technically connect to it if you guys wanted to. Technically. All right. So remove. How is our removal done? We probably actually need one more piece of logic, and it's not just remove random. We need it to remove adjacent. So let's add type of remove. Yeah, you listen to music, you get to vibe. We're going to say position. And we're going to call it adjacent. There. I'm going to reboot my code again. I hate when I make server changes because I have to close the server and reboot it, but it's, you know, it's much safer than the alternative. Okay, so just minor update into our instructions itself. We need to not just have target, so type count target. We also need to throw into their position there, because we could, in theory, remove something random on the board. And we're going to have things that we do to remove random as well. This is not one of those cases. So trait.data.position. There. And what we'll know is every time we have a trait that is a utility trait with a percentage chance, it needs to have all of this data associated with it. If not, then we need to make some updates to it. Yeah, you guys, this is where you guys get to hear, oh wow, Xavier knows things occasionally. I just very small occasional there. So for example, we're doing logic here, right? What's our logic here? We are doing a removal. Okay, so what kind of removal are we doing? Is the first question I would ask, right? What kind of removal? So is the position equal to adjacent? Is it an adjacent removal? Great. How many removals do we need to do? Well, if it's an adjacent removal, we need to check the instructions and say, count, is the count equal to 0? So remove all. In this case, we know it's not, but it's always good to just have the backup there, just in case. But if it is not a remove all, else, we need to remove some. All right. So what do we need to remove? Well, we need to remove, we have our target. We know that. We've already done our trigger. We've already done our other values. Now we just have the count. So 4. And actually what we'll do is, So, okay, we need a couple considerations here. I'm going to just demo to show you kind of what I'm thinking. All right. So I have this match. I have Yas here, and I have a Anika match ready to go, right? I have this match here. Let's say I had a black cloud here and here on it, and I make the match, and I'm allowed to remove one cloud. Should that cloud removal be random, or should it be specific? For example, we could say it always would remove this cloud first, or it could be random. It could choose either of the two. So what do you guys think? Should we do it specific or should we make it random? We still want to kind of take it out of the player's control, but yeah, that's the question of specific or random. And I'm going to take my other water bottle and pour it into my jar so that you guys can watch me drink out of a jar instead. Specific? This is not a pop quiz. It's more of a, as well, just to be clear, like opinion. Base. We could change it later, of course. It's just, you know, easier. You're thinking specific. Okay. Specific's easier to code, generally speaking. So, what that means is that essentially it's going to just follow a pattern. We always start the same way and we just go the same way. Easy enough. So let's do this. Are we getting graded on this? No. You guys are not being graded on this. So whatever we decide is what we decide. So let's call it specific. Specific is easier to code, just because we don't have to do like some weird random loop on it. It's just like, just do it this way. Actually, it's not done fucked up. It's done fucked up. There. Anyway, that's there. So no random. All right. So let's do that. So what we need to do is we need to go through the match. So if our match dot direction, I gotta make sure I get this right. We could fuck it up very easily if we do it wrong. Check matches. Blah, 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 blah. Match down. Oh, this is checking. Okay, no. What am I doing? Okay. If direction is down. True. Oh my gosh. I'm now trying to read my own code. Remember. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. direction. So we have just direction length. Good. Direction is either lowercase right or lowercase down. That is all I needed from here. There we go. So if direction... Oh, fuck. I forgot. Did I write the word direction or did I write dir? I wrote dir. I gotta remember my own variable names. All right, so if our direction is right, then our loop looks like this. For x, var x equals 0, well, oh shit. You know what? I'm just gonna grab it. I keep saying all this and then I'm like, I just should grab the code. This is what it looks like. I'm just grabbing, this is what a match is. So I don't have to keep looking at this again. I'm just grabbing it and pasting it in a spot that it's a no-no spot. And putting it there, we'll delete it later. All right. For start equals start dot. Oh, it's gonna be match. Matches dot, or it's match dot start 0. So what are we doing here? Well, every time I get a match, I set the starting XY coordinate. I say the type of match it is based the ID. There, the length of the match, we put in the actual length so I know how much we need to go there. And the direction is either going to be right and down. And that's just based on how we check on there. We used to make notes in our code in case we die. So that's it. Yeah, I don't comment my code properly. There. If I was teaching people how to be proper programmers, I would do it differently. But that's not the goal. The goal here is to just make a game. That's pretty much it. X is less than match. Oh, what do I want to do? See, we could do this two ways where we could just make an incremental X based on the position, but that's just a fucking waste of my time. Yeah, that's just a waste of our time. We're not going to do that. We're going to do match dot start 0 plus match dot length. That's all it is. It's just as long as it's less than this. So let's say the length is 3, it's on X there. As long as it's less than 3, we're good. Right? That's what we care about. No, Mac. Get your mouth off of that. Get your... Put you on camera. Like what are you doing? He's trying to eat his harness right now. I'm like, don't do it. We already had to replace your harness, and I don't want to do it again. All right. This code is also going to be very easily replicable. Replicable. That was the word I was going for. Replicable. For when we do down as well. The only difference is that we're moving Y instead of the X, right? But we have the start location. All we need to do is just try and get to our count, right? So in this case, instructions count var count equal 0. So we do this check and we add one more variable in here, which is just simply says, and as long as our count is less than instructions.count. Look at this fucking statement. All we're saying here is we're going to start where our match starts, and we're just going to iterate through it going from left to right. And we're going to do this as long as we don't hit the end of the length. So we start counting something that isn't our match. And as long as our count is not been fulfilled yet. As soon as our count equals our instructions that we need to erase, then we erase it and we don't need to iterate anymore. So what do? Well, we have to check every single position, every single side, right? So we have, if you can imagine, we have a case here. If we have a block here, we're checking this Yas block. This is our match. Well, what are these spaces adjacent to this? We're not going to do diagonal. There is no diagonal adjacency in this game. It is only vertical and horizontal adjacency. So we have this Yas block here. What are we checking? We're going to check up, down, left, right. But we have some corner cases. What if we're right here in this corner? There is no left, there is no down. So we also have to check our statement to say, hey, when you're doing your checks, make sure it fucking exists. Otherwise, don't waste your time. Likewise, since we're going right, we don't need to check left after the first one. That's just a waste of code doing an extra left check. So we don't need to check left at the first one. Likewise, when we're doing our match going down, we don't need to check down. And we don't need to check up either. We just got to keep going. And I suppose we could just... Now, actually, you know what? We do want to check down. We want to check itself and down, because maybe we want to remove the black cloud on the space that got matched, rather than just adjacent. That's a good point. Drinking and thinking about that, but yeah, we'll want to check the space as well as all around it. There. So right now it could be made slightly more efficient if we didn't check every direction, but for the case of simplicity right now, we're going to check every direction. So first we need to check self. We're going to need to check self. We'll need to check up. We will need to check down. Then we'll need to check left. Fucking hell, why do I do this? And then we'll need to check right. That is what we need to do here. So let's check ourselves first. How do we check ourselves? If this dot grid, so our grid that we're here, X, and then we're going to set the value Y. Var Y equals match dot start 1. There, easy enough. So we've got our XY there. So if this self, our XY grid, is not equal to null, right? If it's equal to null, then there's no fucking point in checking it. I actually don't... Now that I say this, I don't think any block can be null anymore, so we don't care about that. So what we care about are disruptions and cover. So disruption. So if this grid disruption is equal to instructions.target. So if this disruption is equal to the target, or this dot grid x y dot cover is equal to the target. And I guess we could, if we're super generalizing, we could also check the ID and just say, is the ID also equal to the cover? So this dot grid x y dot ID equal to instructions dot target. There. So what is this doing here? There's exciting code you missed. Yes. Yeah, basically what we're going to do is we're going to check the space. If any part of the space matches our target, then we need to fucking get rid of it. That's all it is. There. So then we get rid of that location. Right? So first things first, of course, we need to increment our count. Count plus plus. We need to increment our count. And then we just remove it. So what's our removal code? We're just gonna be lazy and just go up to delete matched gems. This one. Let me just grab this code, because that's all we're doing. At the end of the day, we're just removing it. Now we're removing just a piece of it, so we're gonna determine that piece in a second. But we just remove it. That's all we're doing. So this is what it'll look like, except we just need to double verify what is it that matched there. You're still waiting for my computer to crash? I have done it so many times. I have legitimately crashed my computer with just so many things in the past. So that's where it just happens. I am going to, wait, I hear Matt. I heard chewing, and I'm like, what are you chewing on, dog? What are you putting in your mouth? And it was a toy. We're going to actually make a minor change here. Just a minor change, just so we know what it is. We're going to put else ifs into this because the removal's really only ever going to remove one thing as well. So if it's a disruption or is it a cover? Else if cover, right? Boom, 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 bam. So if it's an ID, we just need to remove the ID there. It's a little bit different, right? When we remove ID, if it has a cover, then we also usually want to remove it as well, because it just makes sense for traits or abilities. So we'll remove the cover, provided that the cover is a block of ice or a block on fire. That would be what we remove. Easy peasy. We'll remove the cover, set it up, place the gem. Excellent. We're cute. We're good to go. Next one. What if it's just a disruption that we're removing? So not else if. We're going to do count. We, of course, increment our count. So we got to let the game know, like, hey, we fucking did it. This grid grid x, y. So the xy point dot disruption equals, or equal, null. That's all it is. Right? That's all it is. And then we'd end up placing the visuals. Right? Simple, done, easy breezy cover girl. We love it. Okay. Same thing. Same thing for cover. Right? This cover is equal to null, but we also need to add this. This is our counter, and we need to do this for the disruptions as well, because there are times that we're going to break things that we want. So, wait, I gotta do it that order, so it doesn't break shit. There we go. That's easy enough. It just copies it. This is our basic code. There. I know we just wrote, like, what, 20 lines code for basic code, but this is our basic formula that is going to be used 4 more times in here as well. It looks very repetitive, which always tells me that there's a way to simplify this too, but I'm not thinking about that right now. I'm thinking about making things work. That's really what it comes down to. We want to make it work first, and then we can go back through and think about, like, okay, how can I optimize this so I'm only counting once? So there's 2 conditions that we got to check first, though. First, we have to check, because we just checked itself, right? What if the black block it broke was the one cloud block? We'd want to be done, right? So there's 2 ways we could do this. The easiest way, there's one way that adds a bunch of repetitive code, that's like extra lines that are unnecessary, and there's another way that just makes it so we have to parse through everything. I don't technically know what's faster as well. I mean, I guess an argument could be made it's faster for me to potentially add all this stuff, but then it's slower if we go to the like very last statement, which is why we're just gonna do the one statement. So what did I just say here? What did I cover? Here's what it is. I'm gonna copy this statement down to check up, right? Great, we have a check up. We have to check the up location, but we only check the up location if 2 additional conditions are met. The first condition is, does up exist? So if y is greater than 0, that is our check up condition. So long as y is greater than 0, in this case, so as long as there is something above it there, because if it is 0, we don't want to check -1. That's not a value that exists in our grid. I gotta take off his harness. 1 second. It was annoying Mac, I suppose. All right, so that's our first condition. We gotta check up, make sure up exists. And we need to also make sure count is still less than instructions.count as well, because if we removed our 1 block already, we do not need to care about any of these statements. So that's what we're gonna do first, is we're gonna check, does up exist? Great. If it does, then let's continue and move on. Now, what's the other thing we need to do? Well, we need to actually check up. -1. -1 on the Y. Now we go to every single spot. This is my favorite. I love doing this. It's so good. We go to every single spot with a Y, and we have to put a -1. Any time that there is a Y, we have to put -1. Same here. Go down, 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 -1. We've done it. We've now checked the block above, and we said, hey, is it a cloud block? Yes. Good. Remove it. That's basically what we've said here. Now that we've done this, we've got to repeat this kind of code 3 more times. So we do down. Our down statement is as long as Y is less than this grid height. Yeah, as long as it's less than the grid height, then it's valid. It's essentially the same thing, except for the -1, it's now +1 on the Y. So we just gotta find every single one of these minuses and put a plus. And we're gonna do a Control F for a minus. I have 282 minuses. That's so funny. All right, we're gonna put plus. It's gonna do the thing. Yeah, good. I would much rather do it this way. So we're just gonna roll through and do the pluses. Just make sure we didn't miss a single one. Great. All right, now we're gonna copy both of these statements for left and right. No, we're not gonna do it for left and right. That way, we're just gonna copy one and then I'll make it. So left, same exact logic, nothing super fancy here, except it is now X. Fuck, this is my spot. So now we do X instead of Y, and now it's X -1 instead of Y -1. Yeah, you guys, you get the picture here. Coding is a sport of endurance. It's not, honestly, once you get to like far enough levels that you just understand, all the kind of hierarchical concepts of it, you just sit here and do the same fucking thing over and over and over again, which is one of the other reasons that you always want to simplify your code as much as possible so that you don't have to repeat all the code. Because if I miss one minus here, we're going to be debugging this for 2 hours to figure out where I missed in my syntax. That's how fucking ridiculous it is. Seems like a good time to convert this into a function. Yeah, so it's funny is that this is a function. I just don't know. So the question is the specificity, right? How do I get the specific XY function there? And I guess we could convert it to say, now do all this data, but for this XY. And I suppose we could do that for a secondary function. You're correct. Now that I'm thinking about it there. Yeah, it's for simplicity there. So what Slavical was mentioning there, when you want to simplify your code and you want to make sure you're not doing the same thing over and over again, there's a couple techniques that you can use. You can use functions, you can use for loops, while loops, essentially loops, as well as you can use like classes to simplify stuff. This case, probably a function could work. What it would look like is we would essentially take all this code. Hell, you know what? This is an excellent time to just show how this would work. What we would do is we have these checks here, right? These removal checks that we're using all the time there. And all we need to do is just go in and say, hey, use a different XY coordinate there. We're doing the same code. All we're changing is the XY coordinate from it. So let's make a simple function. We're going to put these in our helper functions here, and we're going to call it, we'll call it, fuck it. Trait check remove coordinate. This is a really, really gross name for the function, but that's what we're going to do, is we're going to send it an XY, right? We're going to grab this code that is checking the location, Oh, this is gonna get slightly ridiculous, but it's fine. We'll make it work. All we're doing is we're just checking the location of it based on these conditions that we've thrown in, and we're, instead of doing these XYs, right, we don't have to care about this because we'll do our checks above to say, is it an actual XY, right? So we'll do these kind of checks up above. The checks that we care about here is the target. So we'll throw in target as well. Because we don't need anything else. So we'll throw in target. We'll get rid of the instruction. So you're seeing right now, automatically, what does this do? I'm so fucking stupid. Let me copy the code that has just XY so I don't have to like replace everything. So we go here, blah, 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 blah. All right, up here, delete all of this, copy it all over, tab it all back. So look here, all we have to do is get rid of instructions.target. There, because we just send the target now. And we're checking, is it cover? Is it disruption? Is it just an ID? If it is, we'll increment the count. So we'll just pass the count in this case. Yeah, we'll just pass the count so we can increment it. Easy enough. We'll increment the count here and then just push it up. Now, doesn't that look better? I mean, I haven't gotten there yet, but you're completely correct. Yeah. Thank you for coming in and making sure I'm coding correctly. All right, so how does this look now, guys? Really easy. We go to this coordinate and we send X, Y, we send target, and then we send count. That's what we do. So all of this code just got transplanted somewhere else and removed. Likewise, the only verifiers that we have to do on this, it's the same exact code, except we just do one quick verify. Like, is it a valid check? Great. We don't need all this code, right? For checking up, we don't need all this code. Instead, we do this, and we send a y-1 for it. And that's what it starts to look like, guys. So all of that code we just wrote and repeated can, in fact, be deleted. Every single piece of this. All of this, we could just say, fuck it, we don't need it. And we instead have one statement that checks it, that our only differing statement, which is this stuff here, is our y valid, down, up. If it is, great. Let's check that spot. And it's going to check the spot like everything else. We do the exact same thing for the x's. So x, as long as x is greater than 0, so we're going to check our left. And once again, the counts. Then we go here, and we do an x-1. And x is less than this dot grid wid. And we go here, x plus 1. So once again, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you calling me out on my shit and making sure that I do this in a smarter way. There. So you can see how many lines of code that reduced as well. And this kind of function we could end up using in other places too. There. And honestly, it's not hard to just go in and do this there. In fact, I probably could use it for our grid checking up above. For right now, we're just going to keep it simplified and just have this one statement here that checks, does all the same checks, all the same code, since we know it's repeated. And now it's here. Simple, easy, breezy cover girl. So now I'm just going to do this because, oh, fuck, I can't do that. We're just going to pull these up so they're a little closer to it. Just reduce a couple of the lines. And now we're good to go. No DST tonight? No, definitely not. Yeah, how does it look? Let's put it here. It's a bunch of words, but it's less words. There's just less of them. They're still all the same words. There's just less of them now. Which is better for us because this file is already getting out of control with 1,400 lines of code. And you guys have seen me code this basically from the beginning when it hit 0 lines. So this one file having 1,400 lines of code is starting to become a problem. We need to do more simplification and more of just putting functions elsewhere. But that's a tomorrow problem. That's not a today problem. So what did we do here, guys? Well, we fucking wrote the code for going to the right. Now we gotta do the same exact shit, except if it's going down. How do we do it? We literally copy and paste this, throw this in, and the only thing we change is just this. We just go in and just say, nah, we don't care about any of this. We just are now incrementing y instead of x. Not 7. Yep, instead of x, we're now incrementing y. Perfect. Same exact code. Same thing. Done. Another function. I mean, this could be another function. There. I don't like doing always functions inside functions inside functions. He says inside of a function already. It's just so many functions outright. But yes, it could be a similar thing. The thing is, though, like, with the mix match of the loops, I'd rather just keep it like this for right now. And then we'll come back and do it later. Basically, that's what we'll just come back and do it later. There. Because what I want to do is now show that it works. There. Because our logic should work. What we've effectively done over the last... holy shit, it's been an hour of explaining and stuff. What we've done over the last hour is we have created code so when Nibusan matches, we don't need this. When Nibusan matches, there's a 50% chance that a black cloud will be removed. Okay, now we have to test it. How do we test it? Well, we're gonna return black clouds to the game. So, black ice. I like black ice. Is this code posted on Discord? No, it's not posted anywhere right now. It is posted on my computer, and that is it. All right, so let's do a level where Nibusan is essential to everything. We're gonna grab all this block ice, and we're gonna make it block cloud, which I think is gonna make the level super fucking hard. All right, block cloud. And we don't need... Yeah, we don't need this one. I'm cutting this one. Cutting this one. There we go. So we have block clouds that are now going to be surrounding lots of spaces. The objective still defeat all enemies, which works fine. You get 15 moves. We probably need more moves. Let's make this a 6x6 grid. All right, that should be good. Okay. Let's see if it works. Refresh browser, refresh our page. We need Nibusan, otherwise the whole exercise was pointless. So we'll do that. I'm now grabbing characters that we're starting to complete. And we'll grab Yas. All right. Oh, I missed one. I in fact missed one. So here's our test. We just need to match Nibusan and see if it works. All right. It's a 50-50, so there's a chance that it doesn't work. We'll debug it in a minute to see. Man, this level is super fucking hard with clouds. Oh, this might almost be impossible with clouds. Holy shit. Okay. Because I have no idea. Oh, shit. So we did it. We had a Nibusan match there somewhere. Okay. I would like to see it more. Fuck. Okay. Shit. This is so hard. Guys, clouds make the game hard. Let's match Puppy. Just... Uh-oh. No, okay, that was just the cloud bug. We'll fix cloud bugs later. Okay, here's a Nibusan match. It is by these three. They should potentially remove one of them. It didn't. And that's... I don't even know if it's... Okay. Did that. Cannot see a fucking thing. I think we're gonna... So okay, so that did it. And that removed two, because there was two different matches on there. So that's working. Let's cut this. Cut the crap. So this is working. I mean, this is... Okay, it's kind of doing it. Granny's doing a thing. We can make Granny now healer. So oh, fuck, because we gotta heal Salty. Holy shit, I didn't realize Salty was almost dead. Okay, we just start healing Salty. I'm sitting here. Because we don't have any of the animations. I'm just like, oh yeah, we just do shit. Okay, I'm just waiting. I haven't gotten confirmation because I haven't seen it yet. Oh, good. Good. Guys, we broke it. Yes. I like it when we break things. What did we break? Yes, I found a break. Grid X is undefined, and where is that broke? On line 1382. Guys, I'm so happy we broke it. 1382 of the game file. Oh, look at that. It broke on the first line. Grid X is undefined. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Why is it undefined is the fun question. Well, there's only one way to tell. And I could debug it, but I don't want to. We're gonna console.log x, y, target, count. Just to get this off in here. And we'll do some debugging in a minute, but we'll need to do a refresh to find it. Okay, we're gonna do a refresh. I don't want to do hard debugs, so we're gonna pull these guys in. Okay, Nibu-san here. It could just be bad luck. This is the thing, I don't know if it's bad luck or... No, okay, so that's all the clouds are there. This has a 50% chance of removing each of the clouds. So, okay, that is the problem. They removed all the clouds. That's wrong. So that is good. We got to see it. We got to see that it did it poorly and it did the wrong thing. Now you'll see clouds are appearing and vanishing as well. That's not all Nibu-san. Some of that is just HTML fucking with me, and maybe we can talk about that as a group. But we've identified an issue that we can now look to fix. What is the issue? Instructions.count is this count is not triggering it. So it should be. It should be because we're passing it here and then we're incrementing this value. But let's just check. Okay. My code, it doesn't seem to be adjusting count at all. So that's a good, I mean, it's a bad thing, but it's a good thing because what we can do is I'll just do it a different way, right? Return, we're basically going to have var, let's do a var, let's do a var count. This is lame. I'll do a var count equals 0. That's what we're gonna do. We're sending the count is pointless because what we're gonna do is we're just gonna increment count, and then at the end we're gonna return count, and then all we have to do here is just say count plus equals whatever's returned from these statements. There. Now we don't have to deal with reference variables and functions not sending shit to me. I'll just increment it this way. Just do it the dumb way. I prefer just sending the variable and having it change it, but it doesn't want to do its reference variable shit, so we're not going to do that, I guess. Sometimes JavaScript baffles me. Like, it has functionality that will do things that I want it to do, and then it just doesn't. So, okay. So all we did is now we're adjusting it so count is checked here instead before it goes into each function, which is simple enough. There. Everything else should be good, so now let's just... JavaScript is limited. It is limited. It's not a smart language because it's a scripting language. But, you know, I still use it because it works. Oh, fuck. I was trying to match it here. I'm like, just match it for me because I counted 3. All right, let's do that. Okay. Okay, Nibi-san. Okay, that worked. It got rid of only one. So that's a plus. That's actually really good. So we're seeing Nibi-san. It's 50-50 chance of getting rid of one. Holy shit, Nibi-san is so helpful. Oh my god. And we're getting salty. He's getting fucked up. How is he taking so much damage? Holy shit. All right, so this is working. We're switching Nibi-san to heal mode instantly. Okay. Nibi-san, I need you. You need to clear up the gaps. No, Nibi-san! This is why I need an E2 Nibi, or an Ascension 2 Nibi-san. There we go. Oh no. Fucking Nibi-san. I also gotta fix my clouds. This is a good excuse to fix the clouds. Because you guys are just seeing clouds happen and we're not seeing anything else. And that's no good. No bueno. Alright. Nibi-san. Fuck, that was a match, but the 50-50 on Nibi-san clearing it sucks ass. It's not bad. It's not so bad, and I think it's a valid thing here. It's just I want it to be better. Like, I want it to be better. Please? Thank you, Nibi-san, for doing your fucking job. All right, another one. Thank you. Clearing black clouds is a super useful skill, guys. Holy shit. I honestly, when we first talked about it, I think I was just underestimating the value of this skill, even though I kind of knew it. Damn it. Nibi-san got rid of one. Yeah, I was massively undervaluing it. And now that it's in use, like, these skills are essential. Holy shit, I only have 2 moves left. Okay, we killed them all. We killed them all, so we won. We won. It worked, guys. We were about to lose that level. Like, legitimately. Guys, the game is harder now. Like, if you guys want, you can sign in and test this out and just tell me how difficult is this level without Nibi-san. You can use Nibi-san, but if it's super fucking hard without Nibi-san, I believe it. Like, I almost want to test it without Nibi-san, but we've got more skills to program. Especially since the whole last hour, the whole intent of it was so that we could program a new type of trait. Like, if this was all to program one trait, but this one trait that is now new and in there, we can now do multiples of. Like, we can do multiple utility traits, and it's going to take a fraction of the time because we put in the effort now to program that kind of structure that now is supported. So, let's program another character. So I'm going to go into summons here, and we are going to select Dave and his Daniel, and that's the character we're going to build. So I want to build it all out. So let's talk Daniel. First, we have his traits, and then we have his 2 skills that we have to build there. So first things first, increase max moves by 3 and 5. Great. Let's do it. So let's make that the next trait. So it's called, let's just call it quick draw. It's there. Increase maximum moves by 3 moves allowed at the start of stage. Let's call it that. This is an Epic Plus kind of skill. It is a utility skill. It doesn't affect all. Increase by 3 moves. Increase by 5 moves. We can say, yes, this has been implemented. No, this has not been implemented. All right, simple enough. All right, first place we go, guys. We go to traits. We got to go to our traits.json. So we go right here, and now we just gonna copy this, paste it here. We're gonna call it 16. Actually, I think it's combat alertness is actually more accurate to what it is. So I'm gonna call it combat alertness is the new skill. I'm gonna copy this at the start of the stage. It is a utility skill. Its trigger, though, is start. Its target is no target. So this triggers at the start of the match. Its count needs to be 3 here. It's not a percentage, so we're going to remove percentage. It's not a positional thing. And it's not even an instruction type. But, let's do this. Let's call it instruction type moves. So we're going to remove the percentage. There's no target for this one. This one would be 5. And it's a start. Okay. So we have this here. Now we just have to give it to Daniel. So let's go over here and go to Daniel and say, Daniel, I've lost Daniel. There's Daniel. Daniel, you have trait 16. Perfect. Let's restart the server. Restarting. Server. Rebooting. Now that data is loaded in to our code. So that's what we've got, guys. We've now got combat alertness as a new trait. It exists in the back end. Who has trait 16? Well, of course, that would be Daniel. Daniel has trait 16. So what does trait 16 do? Well, trait 16 is a specialty trait that triggers at the very start of the match. So what we need to do, go back here, process trait trigger, that's what I have here. I think we're going to call this process match trait trigger. The names are getting very long, but we want to remember what they do. So that's really what it comes down to, is we do not, under any circumstances, want to forget what these things do. So we go here, process match trait trigger. So we're going to make a new process that's going to ultimately be process start trait trigger instructions, and we don't need a match. We're gonna have that there. This is gonna be a part of it. So let's start the game. Blah, 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 blah. We go up here. We are now placing our heroes. This is when we initialize all of our heroes. So we're gonna go through here. We're initializing our heroes. Right here, we have gather traits as well. This is the first statement, the first setup. So we check the traits for left and right. Now we need to check for start traits. So we're gonna do that. Check for start trigger traits. There. So now we're there. Have I ever programmed in DOS? No, I have not. My programming journey started in Visual Basic. So I did Visual Basic, then I went to C++, then I did Java, and I did Java for a long time. In college, I did more C and more C++, as well as Java. Java was just kind of like the baseline language. Then when I started working at my first full-time job, I actually was doing PHP and SQL. PHP at the time was kind of the main one. And then I started learning JavaScript and Node.js, and that was mostly to keep up, but I did not know it at the time. So let's see, heroes, h.trait1.active. So we want to make sure, is the trait actually active? Because especially when they're like, you know, not even ascended 1, their traits aren't going to be active. This dot heroes h dot trait 1 dot type data dot type is equal to nah, we won't even do that. We do want to do utility. We want to clarify utility, because only utilities will have triggers. And then we say all of this again, except it's now is the trigger start. That's all of our logic. If it passes all this, then yes, we want to process start trait trigger, and we want to send it the instructions, which in this case the instructions are just simply the trigger, the trait itself. So it's just gonna be easier to just send all of the data there. Easy enough. We just send the data. And now we got to do the same exact code, except we got to make it for trait 2. Trait 2. Trait 2. Let's get in here. More trait 2. And trait 2. Perfect. So we check both of the traits right at the very beginning. Right as we're on, essentially turning on the heroes. And we're basically saying, hey, do you have a utility start trait? You do? Well, fucking let's roll, man. And now we go all the way down here and we do it. We fucking do it. And we do the same thing. We do switch. We're going to do instructions dot inst type pace moves. Break. And then default, once again, we do that console.log, you dumb bitch, you fucked up, start traits. No one loves you. Okay. Just you always want a message in there that really hones you at home that you never want to hear so that you don't mess up. All right. So machine language, something else. Yeah. C was a gift to everyone. They're an actual language because beyond that, I guess I've technically done assembly, but it was like 1 semester of assembly. So, and it's MIPS assembly, not real assembly. So it was like, I learned something, I guess, but nothing super fancy. All right, so moves. This is a really easy one as well. Once we get to this statement, all we need to do is say this dot moves plus equals instructions dot count. That's it. All right, so we know the moves are 15. So now, I'm gonna refresh. When we do an adventure, oh, I don't have Daniel. Guys, we have to pull. We have to pull for Daniel. Fuck. How long is it gonna take us to pull for Daniel? What's your guys' bet? We're gonna pull on Nissan banner. Or are we gonna pull on this one? Yeah, let's pull on the Yas summer rate up one. We gotta pull Daniel. So let's see. Any guesses? How many guesses is it gonna take? There. I'm betting 150. 150 pulls to get Daniel. That's what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? Because we ain't cheating, we're just gonna pull. I'm guessing 150. Let's see. Here's first 10. We got Salty. That's actually really great. Oh, fuck, there's 20. Fucking got Dear Lord. It's 30. 40, we got a Summer. This is a really good pull. A Karthus and a Summer. But that's 50. We need Daniel. Fuck. 70? Nope. 80? There he is. 80 pulls. 80 pulls. We got Daniel. All right. Not too upset about that. There. We still... I don't have Artanis. I only have 3. There's only 3 I don't have now. So that's good. Okay. So we got Daniel. We got a 1-star Salty, Yas, and Summer as well. And I got fucking Dear Lord. So I can't be too upset about that. All right, this is really easy, guys. So we're going to add Daniel to the team and just verify that it's more than 15. And it's not. It might be, actually. Nope, it's broke. Why you broke? What you broke for? Oh, we're broke because we had an undefined. 06? Huh? Well, I can see why that would be broke. I think. It broke. What? I'm sorry, everybody. I'm very confusion. What? I can see why it broke, right? Like, I'm looking here, and I can see mathematically why it broke. It broke here because it wanted to check spot 6, and it shouldn't have checked spot 6. I'm confused on the order, though, because it checked 05, just here. Then it checked 04. Actually, it checked 05. No, 05 is here. 04 is here. And then it checked 06. And I don't understand. But we found an error, so we can try and fix that. Still does not. It should be canceling. It shouldn't be letting me move these around. Alright. Well, now we're going to explore that. We've got double things to explore. First things first, the moves didn't get adjusted, which was the thing we actually cared about. Why didn't you get adjusted? Well, we're going to go to our debugger. Guys, you get to see real live debugging now. Go to game. We're going to go all the way near the top. Heroes onboarding right here. We're just going to go here. And we're going to refresh. We got multiple lines that we're going to have to check. So we're going to bring Nibusan. We're going to bring Daniel. And then the other two don't matter. Alright, we're checked here. We've got heroes. Who's the first hero? First hero is Nibusan, so it should not trigger these. Next. We're on the next hero. Hero 1. Hero 1 is Daniel. We've got Daniel. Got it confirmed here. So his trait 1 is not active? Oh, fuck. I'm so stupid. Of course it's not active, guys, because I just pulled Daniel and I didn't cheat to make him Ascended 1. Okay. Yep, that tracks. Okay, time to cheat. Time to cheat, easy enough. Let's go into here and this is how you cheat. I go to my user data, Control F, extension. All right, and just need to make sure that all my ascensions are 1. Ascension 2, Ascension 1. There we go. Here's an Ascension 0. So we just go in here and say, no, you're Ascension 1 now. So we know my code's working, for when things haven't even been leveled up yet. So that's good. It's annoying, but it's good. Oh. There's an Ascension 0. I just lost it. Find previous, please. Thank you. I might be ascending other people's stuff. I think that's good. I think we got it now. I should have double checked that. All right, so we tested Daniel not ascended. Daniel is now ascended. I've ascended everything of mine. So yeah, I was updating somebody else's stuff. World's Grids background noise. Yeah, there. I'm glad to give you the World's Grids background noise. All right, so we've ascended Daniel, and now we're just going to make sure that it works. Okay. So I'm here now. I'm looking at the debugger. We're looking here. We're looking at Hero 0. Who is Hero 0? Well, why, it's fucking Daniel. He does indeed have an active first trait. We're good. Its type is utility. Its trigger is start. So let's go into it. Oh, we're now down here. Its instruction type is, oh my goodness, it's moves. It's moves. Did it increment the count? I think it did. And I know already. I already know there's one small thing we have to fix. It's very tiny, but kind of important. I need to actually update the moves, by the way. So go down here. Moves box. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, easy enough. Alright, let's remove that. We go here, refresh. We do it one more time. This time we don't have to pause. Voila, 18 moves. Daniel's first thing's been programmed. Daniel makes this stage more possible now. And now, we need to do a validation on, just Nibusan. Oh, good, that removed it. God, this stage is... Okay. We'll need to get Daniel's actual skills in here soon. This one ice block kind of makes it. It actually is not bad. I think an easier version of this level would have ice blocks integrated with cloud blocks. There. That's kind of my thought. I do need to get Healer Nibusan going because Salty is getting his shit rocked right now. And I kind of need my combo Salty working. Fuck. It sucks when you just can't get the combos, though. Okay. Okay, apparently that matched, so that's good. It didn't crash, so that's even better. Okay. I guess we'll do this. This is double match. Good. Okay, so it did remove 2, and it removed it nicely. So that's good. Alright, remove all the Daniels. We got Healing Nibusan coming in clutch right now. Let's get Salty Cross. I think this is gonna work out just fine. Come on, baby. Oh, damn. Oh, damn it. I thought this was an all Salty match. That would have been fucking amazing. Because times 9, plus that was an extra, what is it, 27% damage there? Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, Nibusan coming in clutch. Nope. Fucked up. That's what it's going to be playing this game. I'm just going to be angry at, like, characters not doing the things I want them to do. I can't put it there. All right, well, Nibusan? Nibusan, do your fucking job! Do your job! Get rid of the cloud. It's fine, we won. It's fine, we won the game. This game, as soon as you add, like, one wrinkle to it, it becomes a really good game. Like, just immediately. We added the cloud blocks, and now I'm like, this game's hard. Well, like, that took us 9 moves to win, still. And that's tricky. That actually makes it tricky. I mean, the IP, just for your guys' reference, the IP address should be the same, too. So if anybody did want to play, you can. And you can test out the features, relatively, because I don't have leveling yet. So if your character's not ascended, or cheat ascended, like mine are, then they won't listen to you. And you won't get to do all the skill, or traits that we've programmed in. Okay. Next skill. So we did the trait. That trait has been implemented. That was not a hard one to implement. But now we need to do skills. So let's look at his skills. There. This is a good one to just do. Just because. So we got Daniel. He's got 2 skills. I want to do this first one, which destroy 3 random rows. I think that could be really cool. So we're gonna make it Daniel. It is skill 2. It is not a state skill, and it has currently not been implemented. The other skill is deal 200% damage to target enemy. So this is another one that would actually be another good one to program in. Oh, it's not been implemented. Why would I say that? We got these 2 skills. We got to name them. There. So destroy 3 random rows. What do we want that to be? So the destroy one shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too hard to build at all. We just need a name for it. Oh, it's funny to call it like carpet bomb, but that's not super thematic to the character. I'm gonna call the first one here precision shot. But we need destroy 3 random rows. You guys got any names? What would be a good destroy 3 rows kind of skill? What would we name that? While you guys are thinking that, I'm gonna start typing up the skills in our skills.json, since it is skill 4 and 5. Alright, skill 4 is destroy 3 random rows. We'll need a color for this. We're keeping just the level 1. Find that out. I think think if I were to do this, I would say it's red. Yeah, let's just say it's red right now. Keep that red. Keep that simple. Let's do this one as well. This one should be super easy. Precision shot. And damage percentage from this is going to vary a little bit. So we're going to do damage, and we'll change that value later. We'll keep this, we'll make this 10 charges, and its value is 2.0 on it. This is definitely a red skill. This is also a red skill. Maybe this is more purple. Purple. We'll just call it purple. And we're gonna call it oh, you guys know what we need? I'm just remembering this. There's one more important type of quote. I can't believe I forgot it. Like I genuinely can't believe I forgot this. Oh shit. We need a quote, everybody, for skill use. I cannot believe I forgot about that. So on skill use, we need a quote as well. Because that's gonna be something that's said, right? So every time we use that skill, we need to say something. So, okay. We'll deal damage to target enemy. Destroy 3 random rows. So that is where we're gonna need. I was doing more manual programming on this, so that's fine. We're gonna call it 10. This value is just 0. It doesn't actually matter. In this case, yeah, I think that should be fine. Okay. We got this. Let's go to Daniel, and let's start with skill number 4, just because I want to. So we're gonna start with skill number 4, and let's program it in. There. Joining to say hamburger, and then go back to your 5-year vacation. Well, enjoy your 5-year vacation. All right. We'll learn to simplify this a little bit more in a second, but we're gonna call this case 4. Which is row remove from Daniel. This, we don't need to turn the skill on here. We do need to return. What kind of skill is this? Well, of course, this is a remove skill. So we're going to copy all this, throw it here. It's a remove skill. And what is it removing? Well, it's something a little different. It is not removing ID. It is not a remove ID. Instead, this is a remove shape. I'm going to call it row. Row. Remove ID is going to be null, because it's not in there. It's not going to be, well, it is going to be random. Oh, it is pattern. Actually, it is pattern more than shape. We'll call it pattern row. And its count is going to be 3. Here. Okay. So we have remove row. It's going to come in here. It's going to have an ID of null, but it's not. It's going to be random. So we'll do random rows, but we'll see the pattern row. That's going to be the key here. So now what we do is we go over here to process skill use. Process skill use, and we get the instructions. It is a remove instruction. If, ooh, this is where it's tricky. If it's not random. If it is random, right, set to remove random, I think what we can do here is instead say false. And instead, we will keep it there, but it's rows now. No, we want to keep it true. We'll keep it true. I don't know if we want big random to now be the top check. I don't think we want random to be the top check now. Because that's what it is currently. If random. Wow, do I really not have anything else? So if it's not random, it's either a pattern, we have the set instructions. So this is completely random. Yeah, I don't think we want random to be our check. You know, also I'm just looking here. I think we have random true here for prowl, but that's a replace instruction. There. Yeah, let's do something different. Let's remove this. We're going back. We're gonna get rid of that. Bam. So we're gonna prop it back. That's what I think. So if instruction pattern is not equal to null, there. So if it's not equal to null, what kind of pattern is it? If, or we need an else if instructions.pattern is equal to row. I guess we'll call it row. Row. We'll call it row. Okay. How do we want to do this? So pattern row. If instructions dot random. So we know it's going to be random rows, but if it wasn't random rows, it would be like specified rows, and we'd have a value in here to specify rows. We know it's random rows in this case. So all we need to do is just come up with a random count 3 times and make sure it's not repeating itself, essentially. Right? So we just got to come up with a random on there. For var d equals 0, c is less than instructions dot count c plus plus. I used to love always doing C especially when I programmed in C++. C was my go-to variable for everything, because I'm like, yes, we can have a C++. Ooh, how clever are we? We were not clever. Var r equals a math.floor. So we're going to, what is math.floor? Math.floor converts any number that's put inside of it into an integer. So it removes all the decimal places. And floor means it's going to round down always. So it's always, always, always going to round down, which is very helpful in array lists. Because array lists start at 0. So rounding down is good, because if you rounded up, there's a chance you could get an out of index there. But in this case, rounding floor works well, because then when I do math.random, I'm going to multiply the math.random by this .grid height. So how many grids there are, or how many rows there are, essentially. And it's going to take that number, it's going to multiply it by some random number, which you can imagine is like a percentage, because it's 0 to 1, multiplied by the grid height. So if the grid height is 6 in this case, and it gets 0.5, it's going to come out 3. That's what the number is. But the highest number it could possibly be is like 99.9999999, right? Which would then take that number times 6, and it would round it down to 5. So, which is perfect for us. Okay. Okay, I'm just thinking here, just to apologize. Squeak a squeaku. Because here's what we want to do, is we want to make sure that whatever random spot we choose isn't already emptied, right? That's essentially what we want. So we just need to do a quick double check. While check for not selected, basically. So while...
プラントノイジズ
Oof, it's gonna be tricky. We'll check always the first spot. Grid X. Oh, you know what? Let's instead of R for the random, we'll make it a Y. It's gonna be a random Y. Y. So it's not X, we want 0. Dot ID. Oh, we don't even want it equal to null. Is not. Is equal to null or grid dot disruption is equal to null. Yeah, so while these spaces have nothing in them, if any of these random spaces have nothing in them, I need to now do another random. I just need to choose another row. Basically, that's what this step is saying, is let's choose a row. Check for a not selected row. Once we have the row selected, we need to just loop through and remove it. For var x equals 0, x is less than this dot grid width x plus plus. We just gotta loop through every single spot and remove everything. Simple as that. And look at this here. This is the code that we care about. It's essentially the same code, so we'll just grab it. Yes. Except we also want to remove destructions in it. So it's one little, yeah, this X cross, this is a little different. This remove is a little bit different, isn't it? Because my normal removes is removing, okay. So we have remove type. Right now, the remove ID is what we've been using. So we're gonna do not just remove ID. It needs to be remove target. So this pattern hasn't been caring. You know what? The pattern removal hasn't been caring about it. So I think it's fine. I don't need to change that right now. Don't need to change it. We might need to change it later. Added lady and puppy skill use line. Excellent. Is puppy's line just... Perked up Max ears. Is that's it? I hope so. Yes. That's all it should be. Doesn't need to be anything else. All right. All right. I'm just gonna write this from scratch here. Basically, we need to remove the ID. If this dot grid x y dot disruption is not equal to null, then we need to track that we've destroyed it. So that's what we do. We just track, hey, we destroyed it, this disruption, and then we set it to null. That's all it is. Null. And then we do the same thing for the cover, except the cover has to be an on fire or ice. So do that. Basically just come in here and be like, hey, is the cover on fire or on ice? If it is, also remove it, and then place the grid point. Fine. That's all we need. So we do that for each of the grids, remove it, and now we are removing a set number of rows up to 3 times. Yes, I should put in a tries here, but I'm not going to because I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. I should. It's better, but we're just going to leave it. Okay, now we need to draw this skill. That's the next step. We just got to draw the skill. And I think I made the skill red. Did I make the skill red or purple? Let's see what it is. That's not where it is. Skill. Yep, we made it purple. So, since it's a purple skill, which it just affects the board, I think we could make it red, and that would probably be fine as well. Thank you. Okay, we need a symbol. We need something to make it look. I think we will make it red. Honestly. What was I doing? Yeah, let's make it red, but a different action lines. We'll need some new action lines. Red lines 2, what I'll call this one. We need some action-y lines here. I'm going to eyedropper that. I don't know. Let's making this up. Let's do. I got it. I got an idea. If I do this, bam, 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 bam. This is it. Okay, this is working, I think. I'm gonna try and mold some of them together to give some different strengths. I think this is good. Okay. Basically making a side explosion, so that's what we're doing. We're just doing red sidelines, and now I'm gonna make a explosion skill. I don't know. So we're just gonna call it something simple. Explosion skill, and we just need, maybe if we do puff smoke. What does this look like? That's kind of horrific. It's kind of horrific. Can I just get rid of the colors? I think I could get rid of the color. I think that could work. Let's just do that. Oof. 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 We'll do that. We'll just select everything on this layer. Actually, I switch to this select by color. Great. And now we just color it white. Color it white with a really big block. Bam. That looks like shit. Okay. That looks like shit. New idea. Oh, what do we need this? We need this to look like something. Actually, okay, since I'm here, I could just make this a bullet skill. And I could just make a bullet, because I think this would actually look really good. Let's do a bullet clip art. Great. Oh, actually, can we get that? Nah. Yeah, I think we can make that work. I'm gonna get a bullet. We're gonna grab this one. Yeah, that's what we'll grab. We'll anchor it down. A little bit of rotating. Look at that. Bam. If I rotate it exactly 45. No, that's actually low. We'll do this. We're going to scale it. Let's rotate. Scale. Thank you. Let's scale it. Let's go like this. I think would work well. And then I just need to color it white. That's styling. I think this will work. And then we do just like a little bit of speed lines behind it. All right, just little tiny speed lines. Oops. Oh, Actually, let's just make sure. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Okay, well, that's a skill. That's something. What was this skill? I think this was skill 5. Yeah. Yeah, skill 5. Alright. Still need an explosion, though. Still need the explosion. I went for the sidelines, but maybe we'll do the... I don't know. Oh, you know what? Let's do purple. Let's do purple. I got an idea. Lined purple? I'm not putting it. We'll call it. A lot of just gaming and programming in general, just making up a bunch of words. A bomb picture? I think a bomb picture could work. There, maybe we'll do a bomb clip art. I think that could work, too. Yeah, let's just grab this. Like, a part of me was thinking that maybe we don't want to represent it exactly as a bomb, but at the same time, probably just do. Probably just do. Alright. Just get these colors in. Whoosh. Yeah, I think a bomb can probably just look good. Let's move it down. There. I mean, even, yeah, just a fuse. I could see that, too. I gotta get my purple back. My purple back. But, yeah, we'll stick with just the bomb right now. Like I said, these aren't gonna be permanent. I think we'll do this to represent there's 3. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. This could be skill 4. Yeah, this doesn't look bad at all. Alright. Let's see if it works. Moment of truth, everybody. Does it work? Does it work? We're bringing Daniel along. We'll have Nibu-san because we need her to clear shit out. We got Salty and Yas. Let's go. He doesn't have this skill. Alright, I'm gonna do a refresh. There we go. Let's do some refresh, some skilling in here, and I think we can get this. There's our team. There he goes. He has the skill now. So all we have to do is not fuck up. Good. I like seeing more Daniel. I gotta get Daniel matched up. Okay. Good. That was a Daniel match, so that's helpful. We need more Daniel matches so we can actually see it work. Because I'm quite excited to watch it like eviscerate the board. Okay, we're so close. All right, this Yas match coming in good, coming in good. Ooh, Nibu-san coming in good. Okay, is this it? Oh, we're so fucking close. It's at 10 and we only did 9 so far. I need to match Nibu-san here. Ah, fucked it. Okay, we're at our break. It's time to figure out why this code is breaking. And I see the number it's breaking on, so that's good. But yeah, it's breaking, so we gotta figure out that. It broke. It broke. I'm gonna go get some more water and I'll be right back.
Not that the Gerbil Ninja cares or anything, but maybe some water would help your voice. It's not like the Gerbil Ninja wants you to be healthy and hydrated or anything. You sassy baka.
I could hear that redeem in the other room, and despite the fact that I took a drink in the other room, I'll take a drink here too. Alright. Let's figure out why this code is breaking. I know where it's breaking, but I don't know why it's breaking. So we gotta figure out the why. So let's go here. Right here. So this is where it's breaking, but we just need to figure out why. Why are you breaking? So it's gotta be breaking because of something we did. In theory it shouldn't be, but it is. So let's see here. Just put my labels here, correct? Alright, check left is correct, check right, check down, check up. That's correct. Oh, that's correct. Less than, greater than. X greater than. It does always seem to be when it's going greater. It's such a specific case. I don't want to like put a statement there every time, but I kind of need to. 1423. Okay, I know it's breaking here. It broke specifically right here, which is always where it goes. And it's breaking because this grid position doesn't exist. Alright? And I'm seeing here why it doesn't exist, and it's not existing because... It's not existing because it's too big and it's just wrong. So... I think I know an idea. This might work. It might also make it not work. We'll see. But I think I need to put -1 in the match length. That's actually what I think it is. I'm just going 1 too far on the match length, I think is what's happening. Alright. Once again, we're not even here to fix test Nibusan skill. We still have to fix test it, but we're actually here because we need to test Daniel's skill. Nibusan, do your fucking job. I can't wait for Mora to be here so I can bitch at her that Nibusan's not doing her job. And be like, come on. You're supposed to be clearing out my blocks so I could see. The game's already hard. Okay. Okay, we got Daniel's skill. Once again, it's flashing red. I gotta figure that out. Okay. You guys ready? Let's see if it works. We should see 3 rows vanish. Kabam! It didn't do anything. Okay. It literally did nothing, and now I gotta figure out why. That is so anticlimactic. Yeah, Daniel just fucking quit and said, nah, not doing any of this bullshit. That's okay. He's doing one job, which is giving us more moves, which is very, very helpful. All right, now we're going to put a debugger statement so I make sure it does its job this time. Just gotta double check here. All right. We're in. Let's see what happens. All right. We're not in process wait. It's trying to trigger the skill. So let's go into the skill. We are going into this skill. We're going to go in. The charge is not less than. So we're good. Yeah, yeah. Okay. What's the ID? The ID is 4. It instantly jumped here, so we're good. We're good on this at least, right? It's gotten the skill. So that's a good step. All right. So it got the correct skill. It's not a flag skill. So we're going to return it. Good. we returned it. We said, hey, they've activated the skill, which is correct. That's what we want. And we're going all the way down here. We could see, yes, the skill has indeed been activated, and it's the correct skill. So we're good. So we update the box, and we already did the box. We already removed the skill ready. And now we're going to go process the skill. Here we go. Process skill use. We're here. I do need to do a start slide. I'm realizing that. But we'll fix that in a moment. Actually, I already did that. So it's the pattern is not equal to null. Correct. The pattern's not equal to cross. It is equal to row. Oh, but it's not. What? Oh my god. All right, guys. We solved it. And it's dumb. Case. Wait. Oh, I didn't save this file. Are you fucking kidding me? All right. Well, we found it. Welcome to coding, where you feel like an idiot for everything that you do and don't do. All right. Fucking Daniel. Let's do this. This is a stacked team to begin with. Come on up there. It's a stacked team because we already have like all epics. Fucking hell. Nibu-san, do your job. Not your real life one, the pretend one that I made up for you. Okay. Fucking hell. Oh, this is such bad luck. Okay, do that. I still am just here to get Daniel ready, but okay. There's Daniel's ready now. Daniel, we're gonna fuck shit up. Kaboom? Oh shit, I meant to... Grid is not defined. That's a new one. That's good. That's actually good. I think I know what I did wrong, but we got a different error. The error's on line 1023. Yep, look at that. I didn't put the word this.grid. And it's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And it's correct. It had no idea what it's talking about. But we got into this statement, which is good. And we do need to start slide. Yes. Okay. Again. Let's see what my RNG brings us. All right. Can we get a good... We got some good Daniel matches, I guess. All right. Match there. It's hard when they're rows. Because it just blocks so much. That's why you need Nibu-san in this level. There we go. Got one more gone. It's like opening up real estate. So I'm happy about that. Good. Salty. Getting in there. Some extra damage. Nibu-san, do your job. Thank you. Oh, man. All right. Daniel's ready. Okay. Oh, Salty coming in. Nibu-san? Oh, did it break? I think it broke. It broke. Good. It broke. No fucking idea why, but I know it broke. Oh, this is where it could tell me. 11:59. Let's look at a line 11:59. This one. This is where it breaks. So that's good. Oh. Wait, what? That shouldn't be... Okay. So it's not this. It's breaking here when it's doing the check down. Why? Why did it try to check? 2-6? I don't fucking understand. Why is it always trying to check there? Okay. That does seem to be the one that breaks. So let's do this. We're going to put a line break there. It's 1174. Well, it's that one or this one. We're going to put some line breaks here. Here's what we're going to do. We got a couple of things. Well... Yeah, the whole thing's broken, so I need to check it there before I was just about to get the Daniel skill and I broke the whole thing. We're so close, but we have other bugs that we have to fix. This is what programming is, if you guys are ever curious. It's just looking at your bugs constantly, going like, what did I break? Why did I break it? All right. I want to see the triggers on here. Let's see. Hopefully I can trigger it. Force it to happen. In the meantime, still trying to get Daniel's skill. Just want to make sure it does something. Okay. We're also going to be fixing clouds today, because it just feels like the right thing to do. Oh, okay. We already hit it. This is good. This is actually very good. Y is equal to 1. So if I'm doing a y plus 1, that should be fine. Yep. This is x3. So let's just get here. So I'm doing this. It's the direction is right. That means the y is always consistent 1. X is going down. What is the length? The length is 3. Okay. Wait a second. X is 3. Oh, wait a second. X is 3. Make sure here. X is 3. I think I do need to do match length. So here we go. If I go here, I'm going to check left. And we're gonna break it. I think this is actually going to break in a moment. No? What? Why did it hit this break statement? What does this break statement do? Oh, it just hit the remove. Okay. It did it. I guess it worked, but I see what's going on. I think. Because x equaled 3. This is down, though. Its length was 3. Did my music go off? I'm going to turn our music back on. Sorry, everybody. It wants to really make sure I'm still watching. And I am. Just play my music. Do your job. Okay. I'm still perplexed. But let's just keep going. All right. Daniel's skill is for sure ready. And I'm looking here, and they're all red, so that's another problem. But Daniel's skill, I would like you to trigger, please. Kablam. Kablam. What the fuck? Oh, boy. Guys, you remember that a little bit ago when I said, hey, I should make sure to stop doing the infinite loop? I just hit an infinite loop. I said, oh, it probably won't happen. It immediately happened. It serves me right. It serves me right. I should have fucking known that, of course, that was going to happen. It's fine. It's fine. We get rid of the infinite loop. Var tries equals 50. I can't believe it. Tries minus. We don't want to do any more than 50 tries. And we want this condition. And tries is greater than 0. Basically, if tries equal to 0, we're going to do it iteratively for var, I don't know. We're going to do it iteratively where we're going to just set y equal to 0. Y is less than this dot grid height, y plus plus, and do the same exact check here. If this dot grid ID is not equal to null, or That's not equal to null. Then, break. Just break. We did it. We'll do it iteratively if we have to. That's basically what all this should do. All right, no more infinite loops because we'll have an iterative loop. Actually, let's do one more check. This is a really simple but important check. It should never come to this, I should say. If y equal, basically, if y is equal to this dot grid height, then just break. We fucked up, and it's we have no options somehow. All right, infinite loop shouldn't be there. So let's once again go in here and say it with me. Nibu-san, do your job. Nibu-san did not do her job. One job you had, and you didn't. Oh, I found a secret, Daniel. So that works. All right, Daniel's skill is ready to proc. Daniel, proc. Woo! All right, that worked. I like it when it does lower rows, but it did the first 3, so that was pretty good. It'll probably be first levels of the skill. Eventually, when we get into skill leveling, first levels of the skill will 100% just be like 2 rows, and then as you level it, you'll get some more rows. Do I have them? I mean, I have matches. I just don't have good matches. All right. Cross, bam. Okay, we're gonna need to get rid of Yas. I don't know how much Yas we have. Okay. Good. We're not there to Daniel yet. I also don't need to heal, so I'm not feeling too bad. Okay. Okay. We got Daniel's skill. 3 rows, please. It's doing the top 3 rows. I need to see it. I need it to do something different. Because if it doesn't do something different, then something is majorly broken. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to debug it. So, oops. Inspect. I'm going to pull up my debugger. We are definitely debugging this by... Just need to go to the right spot. All right, move pattern row. Okay, we're debugging it, so we'll get to that in a moment, because it's suspicious that it did the top 3 rows 2 times in a row. Statistically, it's possible. It's just improbable. Oh shit! Don't kill him. Okay. Do it. Let's see what's going on, folks. So we're here. Our instruction count, very, very simple, right? 3 count, we know this. We go in, it's good. We've got our Y random. What did it randomly choose? It started with a random of 4. It's got 50 tries. Okay. This should automatically trigger, but let's check. 04. ID is equal to 5. So why did it go in? Why did you go in? Wait, what? 04. Excuse me. ID is equal to 5. What the fuck? Here's what I could say. Y is now equal to 0. We go up here. I'm doing something wrong. Obviously. 0, 0. ID is equal to 5. Disruption is equal to null. I think it's an and. That's really what it is. It needs to be an and statement, not an or. So this needs to be an and. So if ID is all equal to null and disruption is equal to null and tries are greater, then that's it. So I think that will solve it. So let's try again. Logic logic. This is what testing in life is all about. Nope, shit. I don't need the... Why did I put that there? We're good. We're good. Just go. Okay. Come on. Daniel, we're going to get you to work. Okay. This is good. Almost got it all in one move. All right. It should work now. Hey, JM1 Best. How are you? 3 random rows? Yes. Okay. We got it. Daniel's skill works. Ugh. Okay, one more skill, and then Daniel is actually done. Nah, Daniel can't work. That's fair. Yeah, Daniel can't work. We can't get any work done with Daniel. All right, Nibu-san, do your job. Thank you. Nibu-san Elite 2, super good. Or Ascension 2. It's gonna be super good. I'm here for it. Uh-oh. I broke it a different way. I broke it a different way, which is very good. It's bad, but it's good. Wait, is it? No, it's... Fuck. It broke because it doesn't know what it is. That's another bug we gotta fix. There's so many bugs because I'm been too lazy and not fixing them as we go. I want to do Rigger Daniel's skill one more time, just to see the randomness. Kablam. Kablam. 3 random rows. Great. That's actually a very helpful skill there, especially since it can remove blocks and such. That's going to be very good for just deleting everything. I do think we might need to add a condition later about indestructible blocks, but as it sits right now, I don't mind. Kind of mind indestructible blocks being removed. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we be able to base skills remove indestructible blocks? My instinct says no, but I could also see it just being a value and benefit. Use salty skill. Okay. Poof Yas. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god. We're destroying the board. And we win. And Salty says his famous quote. Sample quote. Okay. So we got one of Daniel's skills done. We just gotta do the other one. And I think the other one's gonna be really easy. Although I thought this one was the easier of the two, so. All we need to do is we make a new case now. So we're gonna make a new case. Right, we need to... Shit, what am I doing? Put the break statement there. Alright. Nope. So we're gonna do skill 5, which is... What do we name skill 5? I don't remember. This is skill 5, 4. It's kind of silly order, but whatever. I gotta refresh the server. I apologize if this is not the most engaging stream, but I'm hoping that we will get the features in soon. This is just all part of the process. It also gives me an excuse because I don't get much time to program. So it's one of those things that's like, if I had more time, I could get all this stuff done before streams, and then we could just focus on other things. But I don't have the time anymore. So it's one of those, it's like, I could do this on my own if you guys would prefer as well. I know I'm like self-talking, but let's call this an attack skill. Not remove ID. I don't care about that. Random is false. It's not a random. There is no pattern with this. Its count is 1. Let's see. Target. That's really what it needs to be. Target. And then... going to be, target is going to be, I'm going to call it attack. Attack, of course, is always going to target an enemy. Question is, unless we say random enemy, I think it's always going to be assumed the target. And the damage is going to be this dot value? Where do I get that data from? Yes, this dot value. All right, so this dot value is the damage. Okay, so we have a new type of skill that kind of fits in there. It is not a remove skill or a replace skill like we've had before. No, this type of skill, and it's not a flag skill, it's an attack skill, which sounds silly that we're doing attack skills now, but it actually is, I mean, it kind of makes sense there. So all we have to do is just do our attack logic here and then add in the extra modifier. So what I'm going to do, I just need to find it. We're just going to find it. Not, well, I mean, fuck. Close skill use, and I didn't mean to. All right, go up here. We're going to deal the match damage. Here we go. This is the attack logic. This is all we need. So we're going to take the attack logic. Question is there a situation? No, I don't think there's a healing situation. So we're going to copy then this. We're just going to copy this logic, bring it down, remove this. We still need to check that actually. Bring it right here. Go to the else, because that's all this is. We're doing an attack. We need to do an attack with this hero ID. Whoops. ID? This might not work. Oh, it'll work. It'll work just fine. I just need to grab the ID. Just need to grab the ID. Alright. So we grab the ID of the hero, HID. And then we just say this dot heroes dot HID, hero ID. Calculate the damage. The match length is going to be... Ooh, when we do 200% damage, what does that mean? I would say 200% of a regular... 200% of a regular 3-match length. But we don't want to just put it in, right? Huh. Okay, so what we need to do, this is the logic here, right? Is we need to, when we trigger the attack skill, we need to trigger an attack from the person. We can't just necessarily put match length at 0. So I want to say it's 3. We'll always just assume that it's like a regular 3-match thing. Current combo, this is going to be 0. Right? Because the current combo is 0. We still want the team attack trait. So if there's team attack traits, we want to modify it by that. I think what we need is additional mods. So we'll call it skill mods, but basically that's what's going to come here. Is we're going to get instructions dot and that's what we're going to put here as well. Instructions dot ID apple, and then we have the instructions dot oh, this is gonna be modifier. Okay, so now I just gotta go every place that I say calculate damage, which is 2 places. And modifier is just 1. There. We go into hero to calculate damage. Don't need to update flags. Calculate damage. Calculate damage. Additional mod. So after all this, so it's not just modifier, but it's include additional modifier, or it's actually going to be skill mod. That's what we'll call it. Skill mod. Additional skill modifier. And here we go. That's easy enough. So that's basically modifier times equals skill mod. Bam. Easy enough. So then when we return the attack, no matter what kind of thing it's done, especially since it's coming in with a match, like a low match count anyway, it's going to come in, it's going to say there's no combos. I mean, there could be additional mod checks there. It checks if it's got its attack. It should be fine there. So we check here. We need that. Check the attacks. We say, hey, we're going to do the target monster. We're going to make him take damage based on the attack. That should do it. Okay. Let's see if we have Daniel's other skill in use. And then we will actually have our very first character completely completed. Is it? That is our first, I believe. All right, so we've got Daniel's skill here. I can see it there. So we need to match Daniel. Here I am going like, I need to match something else. Oh, I broke it. I broke it. What line did it break on this time? 144. 4444. All right. 1 and a lot of 4s. 1 and all 4s, you could say. This line? Oof. Of course it broke on that line. What about the line before it? What was the line that called this one? 1179. 117. Okay. 1179. Wait. I did it, but I didn't. Okay, so it is breaking on consistently on the same kind of things. So that's something. But why? Do I have to just put a -1 here at grid height? Because it just shouldn't go in here unless Y... Wait, if Y is 5... Oh, is that what it is? I think I do just need to do a -1 here. No, it should be... If Y is 5... Okay. Okay, that's fine. I think it is this. That should fix that bug. I think. I hope. It's always just like a hope and a prayer that bugs get fixed. Alright. Daniel. I need you to shoot a bitch. That's your job. I know this is a Daniel match. Alright. Shoot a bitch. So close. We were so close. Oh no, there's not enough Daniels. Alright. Good. You didn't do your job, Nusan. And now the team's gonna suffer because of it. Alright. There we go. Daniel's ready. Let's see if it works. I'm gonna click this dude, and we're gonna shoot him. Kabam! It didn't work. It didn't work, and I know why. I know why. It's because I didn't save this like a fucking idiot. When you're working out like 10 different files, I'm surprised that I'm able to function on any day. Any given day. Okay, let's match this. I don't know why I match Salty. Salty's not... while Salty's not useless, Salty's not useful on this stage. There we go. Alright. Nivu-san is also apparently not useful in this state. Nivu-san, do your fucking job! Get rid of the black clouds! How am I supposed to match if you won't do your one job? Okay. Daniel's skills ready. Let's fucking do it now, boys. Alright. No. Okay, we're getting so many combos. It's silly right now. Stop getting combos. I gotta test shit. Alright, let's shoot the guy. It worked. It didn't do a lot of damage, just because, but it worked. It did what it's supposed to do. Modifier ×2. Yep, activated skill ×2. I imagine it should have done 6 damage. Oh, it did do 6 damage. This thing has 20 health. There. Okay, that worked. Good news. I think we have successfully finished programming a character. Like, Daniel is done. And everything. All of his skills are in place, and all of his traits are in place. So we've actually... I can happily say we've done it. We have implemented both of these. We still don't have a name for this. I gotta call it something. We just gotta call it something. Triggered explosion. Triggered explosion. That's just what we're gonna call it. Because I need a name. Perfect. Yes. We did it. I'm excited. I'm excited. And now to the next part. So now that we've implemented a new type of skill, which I actually think I'd like to start marking here. Mark down. Done. Oh, I just need to fix this. Can't be E, this is gonna be F. Just for our marking type. So this is remove. Prowl is replace. No, remove. Replace. Cross slash is a remove. Restore is a flag skill. Triggered explosion is an attack. Is a remove, and precision shot is an attack. So now that I have this, we're gonna define some drop downs here. We're gonna make this 2. This is just a nice way to just keep things nice and organized. We want to keep things sorted. We want to keep things flowing so that we can easily keep track of what's going on. So that's what we got there. That should work for our types of skills as we keep track of them. Okay, so when we go to summons, we can say Daniel is done. Daniel has been fully implemented. He's got his basic class. The only things, of course, are these traits, are the actual skills that would make a character unique. But we're going to do that later because that requires balancing. We've got Chanel. Chanel's dark skill is working. And we have a state skill for Chanel. Here's the power of this, though, or something that's kind of fun and interesting, is this state skill is exactly the same as the state skill from Nivu-san, except it's at a lower starting percentage. So all we need to do is essentially figure out how we want to upgrade it, and how we want to just do one minor update, and we'll have Chanel's first skill program. So I also want to make an alternate symbol for this. One that looks like slightly more powerful too, so we're just gonna do that. I have an idea of how I want to do it. So we're gonna duplicate it first. All right, go to smaller lines. I'm just gonna put like, I don't know, that. that, basically. Alright, what is this? 0 degrees is correct. And then 180. Let's trade it. Such a minor mouse movement. Okay, just zoom in. There we go. Let's see, 135. There. Does this feel more powerful? That's the important piece. Is like, does this look more powerful as a skill? Especially since baseline skills are pretty much there to just, like, they're basically there just for the comparison's sake. This is an example of a reason that, like, an epic would start outclassing a rare, just on the basis that their skill is just strictly better. It doesn't have to be substantially better, but is strictly better. There, and I don't know if that's fully good game design. We'll see. I do want characters to still be used. There. Okay, we'll do that. That'll be our... So when we look at the skill, that's what it looks like. That looks a little better. Sure. Export as... what are we going to call this? So what was the skill? The original skill is skill 3. I still need to keep that. So I'm going to call this skill 7 for a minute. But then I have to go in and actually fix everything. Alright, let's go in and change the skill names. I am... What do we got? Fuck, this is not even the right folder. Public. Here we go. Img. Oh, I've lost chat somewhere. Where are you guys? There you are. Big heal. That's basically all it needs to be. It just needs to be regular heal. It's the bigger heal. This is going to be... I'm going to mark it skill 6. Kind of have to make it a different skill, don't I? This is skill 3. So Nibusan's heal is going to be a little different than this heal. There. Which is fine. It's perfectly fine, and it probably is just what I need to call it. And honestly, yeah, let's just make it like 60%. There. It's just a weaker skill. That's all it needs to be. So we go in here. We're going to find Restore. Yeah, I'm even going to call it Lesser Restore. There, so it is different, and it's known. Lesser Restore, and instead of this, it's value 6. The thing about it, so there's a couple things. First, let's go to Chanel, give her the skill. So she has skill, not skill 3, she has skill 6. Which is Lesser Restore. So it's a state change, should give her that skill, blah, 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 blah. It should do essentially the same exact thing as this. But, let's make sure that it is able to adjust. So when I go to calculate damage, if I'm doing a healing attack, yes, it is pulling the correct value. So it is actually pulling the value. As such, what I can do is I can go here and I can say also for case 6, which is a lesser restore. Exactly the same thing. There we go. Guys, that should be programmed and done. That's how simple some of these can be. If the skills are basically the same, we can just make minor modifications to them, and then they're done. Now I do want to do one quick double check, so I'm gonna debug something here, which is my skills colors have been wrong. So I set up, let me rephrase here. At the very beginning, I set up color here. So I want to just see what fucking color, because it keeps getting the color red for some reason. All right. What color is from data? Let's look at the data. There we go. I see it right now. There's no color in this data. Why? So let's make sure. Let's make sure first the data itself has it. So when I go up here, I do see color. So these are color here. Good. So it's potentially coming in, but it's not literally coming in. So we need to figure out where we call skill. We call skill here in hero. In constructor, we call skill. This is the issue. I don't put color in here, so it defaults to red. Okay. Very easy fix. We just grab this from skill data. I had a feeling it was something like this, but just need to double check. And we put in color. There we go. Now I don't have to look at that. And now the skill colors should work. So let's refresh. We're in. We're going to grab Nibu-san, Chanel, Salty, and Daniel. And when we look at these characters, I am seeing Chanel does not have the correct skill. So let's figure that out. I think I know what I did. Actually, what did I do? I changed her trait, not her skill. Okay. Let's try again. Another try. All right, here we go. Now we grab Nibu-san, Chanel, Salty, and Daniel. There we go. We have both of their skills. This would be an awful setup for this stage. Like, you'd lose so hard and deserve it. But I could see the skill. It's looking fly as fuck. Nibu-san, do your job. Thank you. Thank you, Nibu-san. All right, look at that. And it's yellow. Oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty when it's the right color, guys. All right, now we do Chanel. Chanel's now in healing mode. Chanel, heal Daniel. She did it. She fucking did it. She stole someone else's skill, basically. Yeah. And now we can make Nibu-san also a healer, but I think that's an awful idea, strategically speaking. Good, because we only really need one healer. I did make it so healers can heal themselves, because that felt like kind of an important thing. So Chanel's able to heal, which is actually, this is a good trait to have when you're in these kind of like battles. Because just as you're taking damage, as the things are going down, it's like, yeah, let me just keep us healed. I'm gonna shoot, let's not waste our damage, shoot this guy. Salty, do your thing. This game becomes, guys, I'm liking this game, honestly. I know you guys make jokes about it being a boomer game and whatnot, but there's reasons that these kind of games do well, and it's just because they're simple to play. You don't have to teach a lot of rules, and it's so satisfying just watching things fall and make combos and everything in between. Like, it's absolutely satisfying. Let's see here. So we do that, kill that person. Like, it's so satisfying. And then this game, because we have some of these interruptions and because we have actual skills going on too, it's phenomenal. It really is super enjoyable to play. And I'm having a blast playing it. And we win. Winner. Oof. I will say it's already getting, I mean, it was difficult just because like having Chanel on the team there. But see, here's the thing. I have Chanel's talent marked too. Your mom would love this puzzle. Yeah, that's where I'm like, the puzzle games would work as well. So look at this. Chanel's talent. This is where you can start building a team already. So Chanel's talent, she boosts damage of dark type characters. So I can go here, select a whole team of only dark type characters, which are gonna take extra damage from this light, but also deal extra damage. So it's like, okay, let's do this. And just because Chanel's on the team, all of their damage is boosted by 10%. So you can see it's already taking, I mean, it's triple taking more damage because it's a light type, but they're taking more damage already. And yes, I can never remove any of the cloud blocks, so I'm gonna struggle in that way. But in theory, since the mission is destroy all enemies, this should work just fine. So we can use Salty Skill here. Hopefully his trait will trigger some more, so got a little bit of triggers. It's hard because you can't see everything. But that's it. Yeah, I think this game, especially with the story and with the involvement on it, you get a couple animations going on here, it just becomes fully fledged addictive game, right? And yes, my goal isn't just addictive game, but the traits of an addictive game that I'm interested in are fun, entertaining, you don't have to think about it, you're just having a good time kind of game, right? So let's make pink go away. Oh, look at that. Yeah, there we go. And we won. We beat that in 3 moves, comparatively, and that was all thanks to Chanel. So I like it. I like it. I think it's working well there. So, up next. Up next, I want to solve a bug. I know, I want to get some of the nice fixes, because once I can get it, like, mobile friendly, oh yeah, you could just start playing this on your phone, especially once you get multiple stages, and we get the stage. So when you go to adventure, I want it to, instead of going to this screen, it goes to a stage select screen. And now you just have multiple stages, you can try different teams out, and everything in between as well. Like, we could try this shit team. All comments, no skills. I haven't actually even opened them up. They have no skills, no traits. I think they all have traits technically. I need to upload your boar in other image too. Yeah, I need your images. There. I gotta download them. Let's do that now. I'm gonna download your stuff. Yes. Save it there. And then where's the boar? I also think getting a mostly unified art style as well, or at least like generally not just my AI sprites, will make it look infinitely better as well. Alright, let me put chat somewhere else because I'm losing you guys so much. Alright, let's get back into this. Oh man, so I learned about this program called GIMP. This is what this program is in middle school. So it's been around a long time, but the biggest thing I want to talk about with it is it was a great tool for me to learn. I'm so glad that I discovered it, because I would struggle really hard making things for people, or just making things in general, if I didn't have access to a program that could easily make transparent backgrounds, which I know sounds dumb, but that alone has so much value, is being able to use these backgrounds. And I've learned over time there's so many different programs that you can use for things that it makes me excited. It gets me excited that there are other opportunities out there and other programs, and I want to discover more of these free programs to use so that, like, I don't know, we can do stuff with them. We're going to put this in summons, make it visible. We're going to get rid of Yas, get rid of this, or make that. Yeah, I want to find more of these free programs out there that just have access, and we can just write music and do art. And I've seen some of the ones that you guys have posted as well, and it's cool. It's just cool. I think I want to remake all the boxes without the skill box too. All right, we're updating our boar now, which means I just gotta update all of them. Place. Yes. Export. You want to make the boar different. Make it dead. Except now that I know I can gray it out, I probably want to start doing that. Do I want to start doing that? Do you remember? Use paint. I used to make just paint in general, too. And I used to exclusively do things in paint just because it was easier at the time. But now that I have more, and I just can do more, too, I try my hardest to use pretty much anything else. Where is that's battle banner? Where's my summon? There we go, summon template. I'm glad I have all these templates in here. My boar is an attacker. And now we just gotta go Mr. Boar. Let's shrink it just a smidge. All right, there we go. I think that'll work. Just go back in here. I love this art. It's so pretty. All right, I know we have board default. I'm gonna change this. Get rid of this. Boar. Oh. Except we're gonna make minor. Yeah, we won't do that yet. Okay. What is the size of this? I think it's 512 by 512. Yep. Okay. New. Yes. Let's get into this. Here, we're gonna throw the boar on. Delete this. And we just gotta get his head. Just a little boar head. So, lady, you might want to look away. I'm going to do a slight decapitation. Bam. All right. Just a slight decapitation. All right. Now we just fill up there. Export. Boar gem. And you see how easy it is to change? I mean, yes, it was a couple images I had to go in and update, but now if I refresh, oh, would you take a look at that? We got a little boar. I'm gonna make the full image, just like these ones though. But, oh shit, did back, oh my god. Yeah, it's so easy to change, but you could see there's, I lost it, there's boar. And that's so much more easy to distinguish. All animal team. Yeah, that's so much easier to distinguish than everything else was. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's so much better. Look at that. I forgot to tell you guys, my kids have become quite familiar with like this game and looking at the art and stuff. So like, Lady, they know Lady. Like they've asked me, who is that character? And they never forget the names of anything. So they're like, oh, I see Lady, and can you get Lady's pet puppy? All the time they ask for that stuff. And I'm like, absolutely, kids. I will happily do that for you. All right, open with GIMP. Just gotta make this not this size, basically. There we go. Just this. Go, image, fit there. Overwrite. Perfect. Puppy is famous. There we go. That's a little better. So that when we look at like the roster view there, he's actually taking up the poster, which is good. There. So now let's get the worm fixed. Because that's next. Next, worm. I like your worm. Although, don't get me wrong, I actually really like the worm, too. I think it stands out well. But I like yours better. So we're gonna just delete that. Can't wait for you guys to continue exploring this world and all the cool things you can do in it. Like, there's so much you guys will be able to do moving forward. So the only thing I have to do with this is just kind of make it a circle there. You got to go to the desert. You got to see all of the cool things in the desert. I don't know. Let me see. I think that should be fine. Going here to worm gem, replace. Yeah, that should be good. All right, same things. Just kind of do all the same things here. Boar. Gotta scale it down, make it fit, but also look cool. Right about here, and then just crop it. Yeah, there we go. I don't know. I probably want to. Actually, kind of wanted. Oh, it's hard because I want to see more of it. All right, let's do this. Let's. The face is too. It's a shape. It's one of those shapes, you know? It's not quite getting everything I need from it. Okay, I think that should work. I think it should work. I don't know. You know what? Maybe I'll make it smaller. Make it smaller so it could fit in more. Because it's kind of... I want to make sure I get its face, you know? Yeah, I think that's better. Let's do that. Go back here to worm. Worm summon picture. These commons, gotta fix them. Yeah, now that I know I can gray it out, I kind of don't want to just do this way anymore. Because it feels like the gray out is gonna be much better overall. They do seem like ambush predators, and you would be correct. So let's talk a little bit about Theodore. So Theodore is primarily, not exclusively, a desert terrain area. It's very large, vast, basically areas of desert. Lots of sand, lots of like that kind of traditional desert-esque look. The thing is that there are lots and lots of creatures that are hiding throughout the desert. So they're hard to find, and you don't find them often. So a lot of the inhabitants there have become accustomed to basically always being on alert there, being able to track and see the minor changes in the sand to know like, oh shit, there's a worm that's going to pop up, or oh shit, this is a sinkhole. All those things come into account here. So it's important to always remain vigilant there. Okay, there we go. We got worm, we got everything else, and we go here. Go to adventure. Look at that. We got worm, boar, puppy, cubby. Voila. We got them in. Okay. Oh, yeah, that looks so much better on the board, too. Like, it's just matching nicely with everything. Like, this is fitting well. Honestly, like, this looks super good. There. Yes, very large, super intelligent gerbils. There's lots of things, but there's lots of dangers. But the biggest danger in the desert is not even necessarily the monsters and the animals that live there. It's the travel. It's traveling between place to place because the cities are located primarily around rivers, around sources of water. And so when you go out to make like a distance or go on an adventure, you're traveling hundreds of miles sometimes without encountering another city. And you have to be so well supplied. And honestly, bandits in the area, I mean, they're stealing from you just for survival sake. They're not even stealing just because they want money and stuff. So that becomes the extra danger that a lot of people just stay near their towns because they have nowhere else to go. They're gonna get their shit rocked by so many things. So you need like so much water, you need so much food and supplies to even just plan on crossing the desert. But if you make it to any of the thriving areas in there, they are really thriving, particularly since a lot of Theodore's based on its capital, Macedonia, which is a town of science. It's a town of privilege in a sense. I'm gonna pull up the map here. So let's talk about it. We're gonna go to our map generator, and we're gonna talk about Theodore more directly as well, because I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna shout out a couple. Okay, I'm gonna reload. Leave page. Go ahead and reload. It's got a new version. All right, load machine. All right, so let's open this up. I guess I didn't save it from last session, but that's no big deal. All right, so we've got Grand Duchy of a Theodore, right? So when you're looking at towns here, you're going to see many of the towns are within a relative distance of water, or they're in these kind of savanna locations, not as well in the desert, except for a couple particular towns. You've got Macedonia. Macedonia is the capital of all of Theodore as well. In fact, around here, it's not even in the most thriving part of Theodore, which is going to be this place here, which is actually like jungle and oasis. You've got a couple outskirt towns that are connected to rivers and streams. This is kind of like that centralized point there, but something else here is to the far northeast is tundra. It's actually a completely different climate. You've got tundra and then just straight ice cap as well. So you've got this place that you've got like Selison here, or Selson, that is just on the edge of just tundra and cold as well. So there's a whole different area and a couple like outstanding islands there, but you can get into more of the ice region. Furthermore, getting into a Theodore is not an easy task. Funny enough, so they have a main road. They have a main road from Sylvanor, and they do have a connection point with the Principality of Ra. But you're going between two mountains and then immediately entering desert. And you're going over here, right? You've got a little bit of like kind of tundra, and then it's just desert. Everything's desert. So many people don't fight or try to go to a Theodore unless they have good reason. And we've already stated too, people leaving the Theodore are only leaving because they have a specific reason to. So it brings to question, why do people leave? Let's also talk about a couple other notable landmarks. So for example, you're going to see, of course, Macedonia. But one of the other things you might notice is Mulligador. Like, what is going on over here? Because of all the cities that are there, they're set off on this one path that is very far away. And they have some proximity to the river, but like even this is like 10 miles, I think. I gotta actually, where's my ruler? Ruler, please. Option. Where's my tools? Ruler, please. Where's my ruler? Regenerate, edit. Shit. I guess I can add a route to just measure it. All right, let's just measure it. All right, good. Yeah, it's 22 miles. So it's about 22 miles away from the nearest river and water source, right? So you might be questioning, how does a place like this survive? And I'm not going to fully answer it, but I am pointing it out on the map because it has significance. This is one of those places that actually have some very important significance to the country of Theodore as well. What you will find too is there's not a lot of coastal towns either. There's not a lot of ports. There's not a lot of access because they try to keep to themselves, particularly from their neighbors to the south, the Algarian Empire. They really try to keep themselves from this as much as possible. And the Algarians, while they do desire the technology, the trek and feat of trying to get through the desert to Macedonia is like so much resources, so much time, which might be one of the reasons why they have their eyes set on the Principality of Ra. So we've talked about, you guys obviously are right in this area right now. This is the Principality of Ra. And what it is, climate and like placement wise, while I haven't marked everything, it's jungle. This is a vast network of jungle all throughout here, and it's thick, dense jungle with massive wildlife. And I'm not talking like, you know, there's a lot of wildlife. Though there's a lot of wildlife. I'm talking massive wildlife. Like bigger than normal tigers, bigger than normal lions, bigger than normal wolves, bears, griffins, lots of big things. And why? Because the Principality of Ra is the birthplace of beast tamers. It's the birthplace of the country, or of the people that learned to coexist with the beasts there. And the elves there really thrive and live there. It is also believed and rumored, I mean, you can find her shrines, but the god of beasts in the wild and the god of nature is believed to live within the Principality of Ra there. Now, many of the gods have not been seen for centuries as well. Not all gods, but most gods have not been seen for centuries. They're believed to still be alive, but it's been a long time since they've been noticed as well. They also are isolationists. The whole country is isolationist because, this is very important, they fucking hate what the Algarians are doing with their conquest and their wars, and it's stirring up nature. It's stirring up the beasts. It's making them angrier. It's making them like more aggressive. And as tamers, they're trying to like coexist. That is the objective. There is coexisting. Anyone that is learning this kind of art, it's there to try and make sure that there is a balance with nature and a balance with civilization. Not overpowering one way or the other. They don't want all nature. They don't want all civilization. They're trying to coexist, but the Algarians do not believe that. They do not follow that philosophy. Their philosophy is, I mean, in a sense, world domination. They feel they are the strongest and the most prominent. So they are focused on domination. Over here, this whole section of land, up until about 20 years ago, was the Belethane Empire. It was specifically the Belethane theocracy, but it was the Belethane Empire. It was a whole kind of like wood elf religious group there. They're primarily elves, and in the group, the Algarians conquered them. They conquered them and took the entire territory here as well. So all of this used to be a part of the Belethane theocracy there. And now all of the surviving refugees, royalties, dead. Like everybody's been killed. There's very few known survivors, one of which, of course, is Sibona. You guys have met Sibona. She was the general during the war as well, and was captured and sent to a prison camp too. There's not much. I haven't developed a lot of lore about the Kingdom of Zagiz, the Principality of Brem, Kingdom of Froth. Those things I haven't fully developed. There is another set of lore here, the Imian Theocracy, because the Imian Theocracy actually used to be the theocracy that lined up with the Principality of Ra, and it owned all of this territory. The Algarians came in, and this was probably like 40 years ago. I have to double check my timeline, but about 40 years ago, they also had a war with the Imian Theocracy, and they took over the capital, which is Imines. Imines was the Imian Theocracy's capital Ishlas was like a secondary capital, but these used to be the main ports and main places for the Imian theocracy. That's why it's called Iminis there. And the Grand Spire, the castle that you guys burned down a little bit, is a important historical artifact to the Imian theocracy. That library that was in there, that wasn't curated by the Algarians. That was curated by the Imians, a band of elves there. Like, that's it's a pretty big deal. They've established peace, although it's tense and they still feel bitter from it, and any of the survivors are refugees there. Yeah, they basically have been kicked off the mainland, and now they have 2 islands, 2 large continent islands. Don't get me wrong, like, these are huge still. I think I'd have to double check. I think this one's approximately the size of Australia. Like, when we're talking scale of map, things are still huge as well. I want to see, just for shits and giggles, right? Let's say here to about here. No, okay, now Australia. It's 663 miles across is this section. So let's see. What is that size? Is that Rhode Island? Size of Rhode Island? I don't know if it is. There. Area. Oh, no. Maybe not. Maybe it's much, much bigger than Rhode Island. Here's Rhode Island. Rhode Island's a bad size. Oh, fuck's sake. I want to read a map of Rhode Island with fucking size. Where's your fucking size chart? Thank you. Oh my god, yeah, it's so much bigger than Rhode Island. We need another size. Texas? That's actually funny. Size of Texas. That actually might be it. I mean, Alaska's lots of square miles. I want to see Texas map. I'm looking for a key here. Okay, we got this. Do we have a key mile? Fucking, where's my compass? There we go. All right. Oh my fucking god. All right. Let's just, fuck. Fine, we'll go here. All right. So, I'm just now using my finger. So, it's actually not too far off. Measuring from, like, Texas's longest point. Here, I'm like, it's about the length of my finger. It's about 2/3 of Texas in size. There. So when you're comparing Texas to, of course, all these European countries, you can see how big this mass of land is. And that's, of course, just one of their mass lands. They have 2 as well. So pretty large size overall. We've also got the Kingdom of Eldhard and the Grand Duchy of Elder, and then unclaimed territory over here. Now, territory we are technically still developing lore for is the Kingdom of Spring. The Kingdom of Spring, or Sprin, there, is actually got some lore from the Aztec Empire, and is something I'm adapting to work with Nika. There. So that is kind of the purpose that's following here. This area, very tropical climate, like temperate deciduous forests. You can see here, tropical seasonal rainforests as well. Very, very warm as well, which is very interesting because the Algarian Empire is not as much that. You've got a lot of grassland and deciduous forests there. But yeah, we're gonna basically, the Kingdom of Spring's gonna have some kind of real history mix into it as well. But a lot of these these kingdoms are so far right now from the main forces of the Algarian Empire and Sylvanor as a whole that we haven't been focusing too much on them. But they will come into play potentially later. We'll see what stories you guys have to tell. I know the main thing is we have characters that come from a Theodore specifically, and I think our count right now in the world or in our known universe and world lore is 4? Yeah, I think it's 4 as well. There. So the Algarian Empire Kingdom is kind of the default place because this whole place is known as the land of Sylvanor, right? But yes, the Algarian Empire is literally at the center of it. They are the largest by far force on the continent, not because of how they started, but because of how they've conquered. And everybody knows, especially those that border the Algarian Empire, they are hungry. It's primarily a band of humans there, and it's a war-hungry nation. They are constantly looking to consolidate power as much as possible, to gain anything they can, take from anyone else, and just use it for their own. It doesn't even feel like they necessarily have an end goal as well. They're constantly purveying war. And getting into a little bit of the actual lore behind it too, the Algarians were at war with a lot of great forces about 400 years ago. And they were a much smaller empire then. They gained power through the gods. And they felt they were God's chosen, but what it really was that a lot of legendary heroes used magic, and a lot of the magic happened to really blossom there. There was a lot of focus, a lot of creatures, and there were just Algarians that became heroes, that became legends and ascended to godhood in many ways. And it was easy because the Algarians, in a sense, just had that belief in war and belief in the people around them. And when these great miracles happened, it was easy to start creating that kind of religion around their heroes as well. And these heroes ascended to godhood and continued using their power. It was kind of barbaric in ways. And one of those heroes, of course, is Pantalia. Pantalia is, the god of festivities. She was also one that ushered in an era of peace 200 years ago. During some of the great battles, she really put a lot of effort to try and force peace there. But something happened. And you guys I'm not going to spoil yet, but something happened about 200 years ago. A very large battle. And the outcomes of this battle triggered 3 things to happen. First, the Algarian Empire grew to power. Before the events of 200 years ago, the Algarians were a much smaller group, and while the mentality of dominance and such was still pertinent there, they didn't have the force, they didn't have the capabilities. The Algarians seized and rose to power. The gods seemingly vanished. Many records show all around the same time, a lot of the gods, those that people were worshiping, became myth. Where before it was commonplace almost to see gods walking around, or these kind of legends, that it wouldn't be it's a once or twice in a lifetime event, but everybody would experience it at some point, witnessing their gods, especially those who were around the temples. Yet they're gone for some reason. Something happened. And then the third thing that came into place was a great erasure. There was a rewrite of history. And that is why some things are shrouded in mystery, because some of the history was intentionally removed. And while the reason for it is not fully known, what is known is that following the events of 200 years ago, the Algarians grew, and they are now the stable point. So what happened? What happened to spark this sort of event? Or what caused all this to bring us to the world that we're in now? And I will tell you, very candidly, you're going to find out. And it's going to be very big, very impactful, and might change the way you look at some of these things as well. But you'll have to find out, because you're going to have to there. We'll see how a group of criminals became heroes. Here's the thing. You guys talk about that, of like the rise of the heroes of Savannah. I know I had that for the name of the song at one point. You guys could still remain criminals. There's no need for you to change in your ways. And at the same token, too, I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for you guys to say, you know what? We have found a place and we're settling here, and we're going to start building the city as well, to see how it happens. I know, I think, Maura, you were asking, like, can an adventurer retire? Yeah, an adventurer can retire. You guys can choose at a certain point, too, if you want to retire an adventurer, or if the adventurer has had their fill of battles and journeys and experiences and wants to settle down in a city. That's absolutely an option, and that's one of the many reasons that I had you guys create a character objective. You created your reason for becoming an adventurer. And if, in theory, when you fulfill that reason, you don't need to adventure anymore. You've completed your quest and you're able to remain focused in a way and just settle down. Yeah, well, and that's the thing too. If you guys retire characters and they're alive, they'll be NPCs in the world. We'll basically just kind of choose where they roam and where they live, because most people that in these kind of times, they're not traveling far across the country. They're gonna stay in one isolated spot there and just kind of be happy. Maybe they choose to retire in Wreath Hollow here as well, provided you guys save Wreath Hollow and you don't let it get destroyed. They settle down in Wreath Hollow and just spend their days there. And it's very possible that then you could encounter that character later on. It's an option. But we'll have to see what you guys do. Because things are in motion. There are things in motion, and while you might not fully realize it yet, let's pull it here. You guys are so interconnected already. Like, look at this. Look at this beautiful view there. You guys are absolutely connected in here. You can kind of see that it's sometimes how this reorients. So, like, I'm going to grab oxygen here. Sometimes how it reorients, I'm dragging it here. You can see the separation. So this is group 2 versus group 1. We'll pull over here. Just gonna try to unbind you guys a little bit. Mika over here. Lady over here. You can start to see some of the separations, but at the same time, you guys are already so interconnected with each other that things are going to start spiraling there. So, for example, like we can look here, there's Basildor, Robbie, Puppy, Cubby. Like, there's some connections here, and we've got Lady and all of Lady's connections as well. Got items like this here. But then you could go here to Viscount Ambercomb. Look how connected he is already, just on his own. There's Viscount Ambercomb. And you guys already know he's a pyromancer. He said so last session, but yeah, he's got, it goes quick, and we have just gotten started. So you guys, I mean, looking at this, literally, we're total of 10 sessions in, and this is what we have so far. Now, there's lots of gray dots that I have not finished yet, too. So there are still things that are gonna get more in place. Like here, like I just talked about that one place. Here's the College of Mulgador, and everything that's connected. Macedonia, Theodore, General Khalid. You guys haven't met. Like, there's all of this stuff. Demons. Necrotal. I hope that you guys will go down a path that might get you into Necrotal, because that'd be sick as fuck. Ty. Carthus. Aeolus. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited for more to come, too. And you also got the name Jericho here. Member of Salazar's elite. Dead. Killed in Darkroom's riot. Just fucking dead. Group 2 session. Look how deep this gets. This is why it's gonna be so easy to write this story for our gacha game, because I already have so much written as well. Like, it's just so much here. We haven't dived deep into everything, but this is group 2 session 3 as well. And then we go to here's session 6. This is literally what happened before last night, and then what happened last night too. Like, so much shit goes on all the time as well. And I try really hard to keep names into place, especially if I feel like they will have significance too. So like, I didn't keep Salty's did I mark it here? Yeah, Salty looked for a way to make quick cash. She got a job at the local barber shop. So yeah, I didn't mark it any further than that, but yeah, I need to get that in there. Oh my god, yeah, I can't wait for the replay value, because we're going to expand it out, right? So it's going to be the same story, just maybe we're expanding it in a couple more pieces, a couple more things that could have happened as well. Like, I could see some fights with prisoners or things like that. Salty working as a barber confuses you? Salty chose it. Salty added it to his character development. That's all we need to know. It's a part of his character development, and that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to be a barber. He was really just looking for money, quick money, and said he wanted to go to a barber shop. There, he's good with blades, so I guess it makes sense. There, I don't ask. If you guys tell me that that's what happened, then that's what happened. I don't ask any questions further than that. Oh, Undyne. You can see all the connections to Undyne. So many of you guys chose to be dark. It's so funny to me. All the star elements. So any of these purple, these are your star elements and how they're connected to everybody too. So this is one of the easy ways that you guys are connected. It's not exclusive, but it's just one of the ways that people are connected. Ignis being, funny enough, a lot of NPC connections with Ignis, but not a lot of player connections. So you can get Wrench, your little town of Wrench, where you can find boggles and everything. Then ask if you can quit. We had hope. I mean, he might be able to do it. He might come back. He might be making a business out of it as well. You know, barber to the nobles. That might be a path for him. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited for next session, because I'll be honest with you guys. I have 2 outcomes here for Wreath Hollow on your session on Friday. You're successful and you repel the dragon, or you fucking lose Wreath Hollow, and I come in here and I set population to 0 because it's been killed because you guys failed. So I'm excited to see what you do, because there is not just one answer. There's multiple paths to victory. Multiple paths. But there's also paths to defeat. And you just gotta be careful what you do. Stupid choices will be rewarded. We need the dragon to target more. It's big. Is not a joke as well. Like, I'm gonna warn, and I'll warn at the beginning of the session. It might seem like a good idea to run up to the dragon and smack it with your sword. The dragon will probably not notice you. Probably not. And will probably step and kill you, on you and kill you. And you will have to deal with Quake as you walk close to it because it is fucking huge. Once again, I will show you the image. The most important thing you just need to see is just for scale. Oh, where is it? I think it's in this one. Like, when I'm talking the size of this, let's see here. It's bigger than that. Trying to see. I had it. Oh, here we go. This is what you can think of how big this thing is. Like, he'll notice cannons. He'll notice like big shots on him. He's not going to notice little pokes. And you will, in fact, be stomped to death by it. That's why it's such a big deal to repel this, because it will walk through the town and not notice. And you just got to be careful. So with that, I think that's going to be it for stream tonight, folks. You have to go back. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I guess we got a few more minutes. Dude, my wife accidentally brought the work phone with her home. And they kind of need that. It's an essential part of their business. Okay, so let's talk about the rest of the week. So we've got Friday. We've got our session, so I'm very excited. We're going to be introducing Deer and his character to our adventure, so I'm really excited about that. In addition to that, we have got potentially, I'm going to put it like 80% chance I'm streaming on Sunday as well, and we'll do some more of this. It'll be up to you guys. My goal, if I get the time, I want to complete the roster view there, so I'll do that on the side so you can actually click on these and see the traits and skills, and then we could level up and ascend, those kind of things as well. But I'm leaning towards, I'd like to start doing stages and stage design and making the game a game here, which would involve us doing let's design some stages, let's put in some logic, and then we start deciding what the path and how the chapters are broken up and things like that. Like, I envision that Darkrim, for example, is 2 chapters here. You got the first chapter that's like pre-Riot, and then you have the Riot chapter as well. And the end of the Riot chapter is maybe one stage post Salazar's Elite boss battle, right? So that's kind of my envisionment for like the first 2 chapters. So I wasn't thinking we would do actual dialogue for the chapters, because that's a lot of voice acting. Like, there's a lot of voice acting to do, and we could. I was thinking it would be more just visual novel style. So it's easy clicks, easy, just kind of like, can read through. If you want to skip it, you can skip it. But it would be story pieces. And they would either be, they're going to be attached, played before levels. Some might be played right after a level is completed as well. So it's all story pieces throughout, too. And you would only ever see it like once, and then you could access a library later. And by that, I mean, like, on this home screen, we'd have one of these buttons here that's like the gallery or library or something, where you could review everything. So that's kind of my thought, is that we wouldn't do dialogue necessarily for that piece. Maybe we'll have some sound effects or things that go on, but It's going to be mostly like, let's read through the story and look at the emotes of the characters and their reactions to things too. I really like, Lady, what you've been doing with these, because I think this is perfect. Like using this for the talking and the dialogue. We can put different facial expressions on her very easily. Same like interacting with like Salazar's Elite as well. I think that would look great. I think honestly this is like perfect setup. Boggles when you meet him, having like this set up and then him talking and whatnot. Like that's perfect. That's what it should be. It works great for like the visual novel style, and gets everything there too. Of course we need the splash sound. It's absolutely necessary. Anytime I can put it in, I'll put it in. But it's all a huge part, and that's why we need like all the sound effects and stuff. You're thinking like Cookie Run? Yeah, Cookie Run, same kind of thing, right? It's occasionally you'll have like a little story before a stage. They have their library where you can access all of the lore and stories later. But generally speaking, it's just like a back and forth visual novel. Now, Cookie Run, they did voice acting for all of it, right? Arknights did not. And Nika is another one I saw. Nika does not, too. So it's not common to do all the voice acting for it. I'll also say, this is going to be really dumb. It's going to be weird to me having English. Like, when I started playing Cookie Run, that was weird to me when the characters spoke English. Because I'm so used to just the Japanese. And to me, it's just noise. Like, it's just background noise. And that good bit there. Battle Cats has 0 story, and that's fine. You don't need story. If your core gameplay is good enough, you don't need story. I think our core gameplay is good enough, and it's going to be interesting and dynamic, and I think the story adds to it, because we just want Waifu Simulator. I want to be able to go here and say, hey, I need Mole Rock Waifu to be on my main screen. And every time I sign in, I want Mole Rock to say, welcome home, master. Welcome home, master. Would you like to snuggle up on my lap? And that's what the game's about. That's all it should be about, ever. Except that we have a super deep story and lore, because we've created such a deep story, lore, world building as well. God, this looks so... It does look good. I just gotta get this border cleaned up. It's gross. It's gross and I don't like it. There. The story... Yeah, it has story. Well, it's ridiculous, you know. Honestly, one of the features I am going to do in settings is skip all story. That's going to be a feature. It's just a checkbox. Because I know people that are like, I don't give a fuck about story. I just want to play the game. And for this game being like a puzzle game, right? Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. So just play the puzzles as well. And some people care about all the story and lore. I think it's ridiculous in games that I have to keep clicking the skip button on things like, no. Let's just no story. If you want no story, you get no story. That is up to you. I am never going to force someone to read story. I know. I mean, you can't skip it. You legally can't, Apple. But other players that are like, I don't need to know why I pull for Nibu-san. I just know I need Nibu-san. I need my Yas husbando. Because if I don't get Yas husbando, then I'm going to be sad. Like, that's all we need. So we'll figure out that. Alright, folks. I think that's going to be it for stream, though, today. So, I'm hoping I can get some more stuff done on my off time. Or, the off-stream time. But we'll see how that lands. Because it's going to be busy. There's lots of things going on. We'll be back on Friday. So, be prepared. Be ready for an adventure. But in the meantime, I hope all of you guys have a great night. Get some rest. Get some sleep. And I will see you all on Friday. So, bye-bye. Have a good one. Have a good one, everybody. Nighty-night. Sleep tight. Be safe. Make good choices or bad choices. And if you make bad choices, at least tell us about them. There, so we can mock you as well. I think that'd be good. So, all right. Bye, everybody.